May I please request everyone to take their seats? Assalamu alaikum and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to Pakistan Agriculture Coalition's Agri-Connections 2024 Conference and Expo. My name is Zara Tareen and I will be your host for the next exciting two-day conference. We will begin with a recitation of the Holy Quran by Pakistan Agriculture Coalition's Mr. Shan A. Ahmed. Please come on stage.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إنا أعطيناك الكوثر فصل لربك وانحر إن شانئك هو الأبتر صدق الله العظيم.
Thank you, Shan. Now, if everybody could please rise for the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, I was the host of the pioneering edition of Pakistan Agriculture Coalition's Agri-Connections 2023. And I can tell you personally that we have come a really long way in just 1 year. Agri-Connections 2024 here in Lahore is a much bigger conference with 54 speakers, including a larger number of farmers, top-tier officials from the government, outstanding business leaders, representatives from the donor institutions, academics, local and international experts, and you, a much larger number of delegates. Now, why is agriculture crucial to a nation? There are several reasons. It provides food security, it boosts the economy through employment and trade, supports rural development, and can even contribute to a national identity and culture. Additionally, it can mitigate environmental issues by promoting sustainable practices and preserving biodiversity. And this year, Agri-Connections 2024 has an exciting segment with 20 major institutions showcasing their path-breaking new projects to advance Pakistan's agriculture. And there's much more. PSC is making history through its first ever Shark Tank style competition for startups in our agriculture sector. So please don't miss their stalls in the main hall of the expo. This is all very exciting, and all of this is intended to make you feel confident enough and join us in investing in our agriculture sector and together look towards a brighter future. To give you a better idea of what's to come today and tomorrow, I'm now going to request PAC's CEO, Mr. Arif Nadeem to deliver his welcome address. Mr. Arif Nadeem, please come up on stage.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much. It is indeed an honor for me today to welcome you all, ladies and gentlemen, to Pakistan Agriculture Coalition's Agri Event 2024. I think this venue, which is the Expo Lahore, there couldn't have been a better venue, there couldn't have been a better choice of city, because frankly, we're sitting in Lahore, which is the capital of Punjab, and Punjab means 80% of agriculture. It means 80% of livestock. It means 80% of all this entire sector. And I think we are very, very fortunate because we have the captains of the industry sitting here, and we have a very good representation of the farming community. And it is the Punjab's farming community which has been always innovating, adapting, new innovations. They've been at the head of this particular thing. Before I come on to the program, I would just like to thank the sponsors of Pakistan Agriculture Coalition, who've been very, very patiently for the past 10 years, since 2013 when our inaugural session took place at LUMS. They've been patiently supporting us in every endeavor which we made. And the idea then, which holds true even today, was that let's try making agriculture globally competitive, technology driven, and private sector led. And I think I'm very fortunate that today we have some of the captains here, some of those sponsors are here to share this particular, the endeavor which they've made. But we are very fortunate that we today have Secretary Agriculture and Secretary Livestock. They're both here. They've taken out time to be with us. And when I'm mentioning these two gentlemen, I say that we are looking at the complete sector holistically, because it is some of the pain points which come out of conferences like this, which need to be addressed by the regulator, by the government. And that's why we are very, very fortunate that they've not only taken out time, they'll be with us for the longest duration. Most of all, I'm extremely glad on the attendance by the delegates who are here with us today. And I request them to be with us throughout the day today and tomorrow, because they'll really like the discussion which is going to take place. I'd like to tell you a little bit about Pakistan Agriculture Coalition, because it's a not-for-profit, which started in 2013. And like I told you all, we thought that we should trigger things which could trigger growth in agriculture. So that's why we looked at seed sector, which is critical to the growth of agriculture. We looked at market failure as something which is endemic, and we thought that the commodity exchange, storages and warehouses is something which could address that particular thing. Not only address the storage part, but also address the financial inclusion part. So today, I am so glad that we have a store of Nemat collateral in that, and the banner says they've lent 6.5 billion rupees within 24 hours to the people who place the commodity merely on the base of that electronic warehouse receipt system. That was the single document which was there. And this is just the beginning. This is just the tip of the iceberg. I think the future of agriculture, not only here but all over the world, depends on some of the machines, the modern machines, which are necessary, whether they fly or whether they work on the land, which are required to take the generalized agriculture towards precise form of agriculture, which is now coming to stay. And I think there again, farm mechanization is something in which we doubled, and we found that it has to be a service provider model, because our land holdings are small, and it is not possible that these expensive machines could be owned by individual farmers as such. Similarly, climate change is another reality, and I'm glad that we've got Elise here who told us that crop insurance is one of the factors which can mitigate the impact of climate change very, very effectively. Now, incidentally, we did a few pilots, and I think that's another thing which we need to upscale. So based on some of these things, it was last year in February 23 that we organized a show, and that was a one-day seminar alone. Nothing, no exhibition, a minor exhibition. Very few exhibitors came because we didn't have any space in that particular hotel for the exhibitors. But we were so encouraged by the discussion which took place there, by the enthusiasm displayed by the industry, that we thought that we need to upscale it. And that is why today, this is what you find is a result of what was initiated on February 23. I think today we are very fortunate that we've got 40 exhibitors. They're there in the scale. It's a huge improvement on that. We've got a large number of internationals who have come here from China, from Hungary, from England, from various countries of the world. And I think this number will keep increasing as we move on. So, what are we looking at? This is a platform which acts as a knowledge building platform where the industry, the farming community, the processing industry, the regulators, they all interact. And at the end of the day, we feel that there is a far, far better climate for investment which emerges out of these conferences. And that is what we are targeting. So now I think that you'll have to be very patient with us, because some of the discussions which are going to take place here in the next 2 days will be very, very interesting. To me, it was fascinating to listen to some of these people who were talking about regenerative agriculture, because regenerative agriculture is about topsoil preservation. I've never seen anybody so passionate. So when you hear Taimur and when you see his colleagues, others who are practicing this farming on 1,000 acres, and the message which they're conveying to the people, to the farming community, that it's not loss-making. It is profit-making right from the start. It can be adopted. So that's the type of agriculture which we're talking of. In actual fact, the initiative of Bank of Punjab to attract investors, we had, on the basis of one particular advertisement, there were 35 small startups which opted to showcase whatever they had done, and out of that, 7 got shortlisted, and 3 of them would be presenting the case before you tomorrow. And I think that's one way of really encouraging the startups, because there'll be a number of people, there will be investors here who would be here with their checkbooks, and in case they find something very interesting, they'll be writing a check right in your presence to encourage those particular people. I wouldn't like to stay between you and the speakers which are going to follow. I once again thank you all for your presence, and I'm requesting you that you must stay throughout the day so that you can really contribute and we can learn from you, and when we all go back, we are wiser on some of these issues. Thank you very much.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आरिफ साहब। ना क्योंकि इस साल हम अपनी कॉन्फ्रेंस कराची से लाहौर लाए हैं, तो हम शुरू भी लाहौर पंजाब से करेंगे। Punjab has the largest land representation in Pakistan as far as agriculture goes. And the government of Punjab's agriculture department is one of the most powerful platforms from which Pakistan's agriculture can be moved forward. Now, to speak to you more about the opportunities here in Punjab, I would like to request Secretary Agriculture Punjab, Mr. Iftikhar Sahu, to please come up on stage and let us know about the opportunities here in the great land of Punjab. Please welcome Mr. Iftikhar Sahu.
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to all the distinguished guests and participants of this great event. Let me start with wholehearted congratulations and profound gratitude to the organizers of this great event, especially Captain Arif Nadeem and his very dynamic team. Arif Nadeem Saab's legacy as former Secretary Agriculture still hangs and prevails in the office of Agriculture Secretary as well as Agriculture Department. And I was just talking to him that he is soon to become the father figure of agriculture sector in Punjab. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here before you as a representative of Government of Punjab, Secretary Agriculture. But let me share with you my association with the agriculture sector are twofold, personal and professional. Personal because I come from an agriculture family. I have been a practical farmer. Right at the time when I was a student of high school and I had to manage my lands due to early death of my father. So I had first experience of practical farming going back to late 80s. Still I am a farmer, so that's my profession and that's my passion. Second association with the sector is as Secretary Agriculture, and this is my second tenure. First time I landed in the department by chance and second time by choice. So I would like to make my humble contribution to the development of sector in the province of Punjab, which is almost 70 to 80% of the country's agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have been saying and hearing that we are an agriculture country and agriculture is the backbone of economy of Pakistan. We all have been repeating some of the very basic facts about the sector. Let me repeat, 23% shares in national economy, 37% contribution in the direct workforce engagement. We are a supplier of raw material which constitutes 70% of the national exports. We produce 82% of country's wheat, almost 80% of rice in Punjab, around 60% of national cotton production, 64% of sugarcane and above 90% of maize. So this is the contribution of agriculture in Punjab towards national agriculture production and economy. But it's also a very sad story that a country which is blessed with all the assets and endowments relating agriculture by the nature is almost importing $10 billion of food related imports every year. I would not be talking much about the challenges, the opportunities, because I am very impressed, rather overawed by the presence of the leading lights of this sector of agriculture, the top experts, rightly said by the Captain Arif Nadeem, captains of the sector, experts. I have come here to listen from your experience, your input, so that we in the government can truly perform our real role of the regulator, facilitator and enabler. I would also like to share with you the challenges that we face, some of the challenges very briefly. We face the crop productivity stagnation, a very important challenge. Population is increasing 2% plus. Agriculture or crop area is decreasing. housing, etc., eating of hundreds and thousands of acres of fertile agri land every year. We are facing a very interesting dilemma of the crop productivity gap between average and progressive grower in Punjab. And that we are trying to set as our first target in the department to bridge this gap, which is prevalent in every village of Punjab. There is a progressive farmer who is getting at least 50 to 60 mon per acre of the wheat, and there is an average farmer getting 30% average of the same wheat cultivation in the same village, in the same ecological and agricultural environment. This gap prevails in every crop. So the big challenge is how to bridge the gap and bring those 90% plus small average farmers productivity level at least close to the level of the progressive farmers, which we found in every crop in every village. We're also working on the investment gap analysis. We have different figures that we have attempted to collect, that we are perhaps spending 2%, just small 2% of our expenditure generally in agriculture. And across the border, our large neighbor India is spending about 8% of their investment, despite having a very large economy. So this investment gap is directly contributing to this productivity gap. Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing a serious challenge of food security. We have done an exercise that if we go by the same practicing, same agriculture, crops, wheat, production and yield. So in the year 2033, we with the same population increase will be having 6 million tons shortage of wheat just to feed our population. 6 million ton wheat deficit after 10 years to feed the rising population of Pakistan. We are facing the water scarcity challenges. If we draw 90 million acre feet from the Indus River system, we almost waste 40 million acre feet in our irrigation, canal, water courses, and rest of the bulk that reaches the farm gate is wasted by our traditional flooding method of irrigation. Climate change doesn't need any elaboration. Climate change is hitting us very hard. Right in this month of April, you have seen we are facing the third weather system in 1 month that is having very serious implication for the harvesting of wheat and cultivation of cotton. We are very low in mechanization. We have different figures that at the best our farm practices are mechanized to the extent of 35. India stands at 40, China 48, Brazil perhaps over 75%. We are making huge crop losses just because of low quality harvesters and machine that we use at the farm. A very conservative estimate of losses in wheat and rice only in Punjab because of the low quality, old, outdated harvester is to the extent of 1 to 1.5 billion US dollars annually. So I just want to flag these issues. I know you all of them know them better than I know. I would also like to share with you some of the very old and established concepts relating to the agriculture sector that we are trying to address now in the policy formulation arena, trying to get some new outlook and innovative approach to handle these established practices. One is small farmer versus large farmers. or all policies in the past have been geared towards supporting the small farmer. You will see every advertisement having a threshold of farmer up to 12.5 acres. Any subsidy, any benefit, any scheme coming from. We have more than 90% of landowners, farmers below the threshold of 12.5 acres. We are very mindful of their importance and their contributions. We should be fully supporting these bulk of the small farmers because they are totally dependent on the farm income. But we are also mindful of the challenges that agriculture cannot be transformed to the new level of production without resorting to modern corporate agriculture at large scale. You must have seen different development in the recent past in the area of corporate farming. Government of Punjab, Government of Pakistan is coming up with supportive policy instruments to support the large scale farming because they have the investment, they have the technology, they have the quality inputs to take this average yield and production level to a desired level. We're also working in the department try to lessen the burden of regulation on the sectors we regulate. The concept of least regulation, ease of doing business. We will be more than willing to work with all the agriculture sector whom we regulate to come up with these suggestions how we can mutually agree on a new, soft, less intrusive but effective regulatory mechanism in the province of Punjab. We would like to work with you to decide and determine the limits and levels of engagement of public and private sector. I have no hesitation to admit that the people sitting before me, they are the real drivers, leaders and influencers of the agriculture sector. You are the future of agriculture in Punjab. You are the future of agriculture in Pakistan. If we work together, only we can succeed. Our actions, our inaction today will decide and determine the future of agriculture in Pakistan. We're also trying to work with the old mechanism of spot price system that prevails in Punjab and Pakistan. We all are aware that initially we used to have all the important crops being regulated by the government. We had the sport system, we had the state procurement system, and then gradually the crops were deregulated. At the moment, perhaps only 2 crops are in the domain of spot price system. And there is a study, there is a policy discussion that how to bring the effective role of private sector in these 2 remaining fundamental crops. So these are some of the important old and very established practices that deliberately we are trying to work carefully, obviously, with the support of all the stakeholders to come up with new policy instruments that aims at modernizing and transforming the agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, I would be briefly sharing with you with some of the initiatives that are being launched by the new government in Punjab. We all are aware that in the month of March this year, we had a change of government in Punjab. Right from the word go, the new political leadership of Punjab had extensive discussion and deliberation to come up with a transformation plan for the development of agriculture sector in Punjab. We have got a comprehensive package approved by the provincial government that is now being rolled out, and soon you all will see the implementation of these new initiatives almost in all the important subsectors of agriculture. We know that access to finance and access to credit, especially for the small farmers to buy the agriculture input at the time of harvesting when he needs, is a critical challenge. He generally resorts to the informal sector, which we call artis and etc. And they charge 50% to 60% of the markup on the lending that he gets to buy the agriculture inputs. We have got a scheme approved where during next 2 years, the government of Punjab is going to lend 300 billion interest-free loans to the farmers at the time of crop cultivation, Rabi and Kharif both, that will be interest-free for a single crop cycle. He will get a loan while he is cultivating the crop, and he will repay when he harvests the crop. 6 months interest-free loans through a Kisan credit card to buy the inputs and then repay when the crop is harvested. And hopefully within the next 2 months, this Kisan card will be launched. We are working to improve the mechanization in Punjab, trying to have a subsidy scheme for distribution of 25,000 farm level agriculture equipments during next 2 years. We are also working with some of the leading partners in the private sector and financial institutions to bring the high cost, high tech imported modern agriculture machinery in Punjab through different policy intervention and financial support instrument that we are designing at the moment. Equipment like harvesters, pivot, transplanters and high powered 85 horsepower plus tractors. We are also coming up with a scheme to improve and line all the water courses in Punjab. That's around an 80 billion plus investment that we are going to make in next 3 years for the improvement and lining of all the unlined Kacha water courses in Punjab. We are revamping and modernizing our agriculture extension system and also doing some new thing in agriculture research system, which has been a real challenge for us to upgrade the research system, and now trying to move from the standard practice of the agriculture research done in the isolation of research center to make partnerships. We have decided to connect the research center with the leading agriculture universities so that the agriculture universities and research center work together. This academia or research linkage will be expanded to the private sector as well. We will like to now outsource the research, finance the research done by the leading private sector research firms and the agriculture firms. Instead of doing the research only in the public sector, will welcome the research concept, research proposal, and Government of Punjab will fund and finance the research done by the private sector, financed by the public sector. So there are a number of initiatives. We are coming up with an internship scheme for all the agriculture graduates that pass out from our agriculture universities on the concept of a house job for a medical graduate. So every agriculture graduate that passes out of the 3 agriculture universities of Punjab gets a 1-year paid internship where he works as an extension agent in the farms and in the fields of Punjab as a part of the Punjab Agriculture Extension Service. And maybe we make it mandatory for him to take up a job in the public and private sector. Like the medical graduate has to do a house job, get a certification, and then he or she is eligible to get a job as a medical graduate. We are starting with 1,000 agriculture graduate internship, paid internship on farm training scheme from this June onward. And lastly, we are trying to build the partnership, and that is my main key departing message, that we are fully prepared to work with the private sector. We are ready to take the back seat and give you the front seat, working with the experts, working with the businesses, with the enterprises, with the investors, because I think unless we all make a collation, the name of the organizer and name of the event reflects our thoughts. It's the Agri-Connections, agriculture collation, agriculture partnerships. You will find us very sportive, very welcoming, and very forthcoming to work with any viable, practical idea, project, plan, or initiative where you need us as a partner. We would like to provide all type of assistance, even financing as well, and would try that this journey, this process to transform agriculture is led by the private sector, and it is fully backed and supported by the public sector. So with this, I again express my gratitude to the organizers who have brought all the right people from all the right sectors of agriculture at one platform to meet, talk, discuss and devise new rules of engagement and new ways of working together. I hope this event will go a long way in modernizing and developing the agriculture sector in Punjab and in Pakistan. Thank you very much.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इफ्तिखार साहब. I think the initiative that Mr. Iftikhar Sahu just announced of, I believe he said 1,000 paid internships a year from anybody that graduates from any Punjab Agriculture University. I think that initiative deserves a bigger round of applause, please. इस तरह के जितने भी initiatives हों उतने ही कम हैं, so I think that is brilliant, and would like to thank the government of Punjab for taking that initiative. With that, moving forward to our next speaker, HBL. HBL is the largest private lender to Pakistan's agriculture sector and is making great strides beyond banking to support our farmers. We did have Mr. President, Mr. Muhammad Nasir Salim, who is the president of HBL, scheduled to speak here, but unfortunately he could not be here today. But we do have Mr. Amir Qureshi to speak on his behalf. So Mr. Amir Qureshi, could you please come up on stage and address the conference?
Good morning, Assalamu alaikum. I hope you can hear me. On behalf of the president of HBL, I'm very pleased to be here, but I'm even more pleased to see Pakistan Agriculture Coalition has brought together such key stakeholders in such quantity on the second event of their presence to this event today. It is lovely to see so many stakeholders who will really make a difference, including banks like us, for the future of agriculture in Pakistan. I also want to thank Secretary Agriculture Punjab, Iftikhar Saab, very clearly identified all the challenges we have, but also gave some solutions and initiatives that he wants to take to improve agriculture in Pakistan. From HBL's perspective, we've had, from a Pakistan perspective, the way we see a very difficult, I would say, 1.5 to 2 years in the last past. And उसमें जो biggest challenge जो नज़र आया हमको macroeconomic का वो नज़र आया कि जी because of the effects of the foreign exchange crisis Pakistan had difficulty in FX and imports. And the good thing coming out of that is exactly what we're seeing over here, that a lot of the local private sector is looking at agriculture as a very viable business opportunity, and which is exactly the way it should be. HBL has been at the forefront of trying to help agriculture, and I just want to give a few examples of what we are trying to do and how we want to help Pakistan improve agriculture. Unless agriculture is sorted, and we know the statistics of 23% of GDP, 35–40% of the population involved in agriculture, unless we fix agriculture, improve agriculture to have a longer lasting economic stable Pakistan is close to impossible. So if we don't get this right, and if we don't get this right in the next 3 or 4 or 5 years, as the Secretary Saab was saying, in the next 10 years we will have another shortage. We don't want to continuously be in these cycles of booms and busts. Agriculture will remain and is the most basic core element of the economy we need to fix. From HBL, our commitment is 100% in many sectors, agriculture being one of them. We, as you just heard, are the largest financing bank for agriculture in Pakistan. We've been doing this now for the last 10 or 15 years, but what we've done differently over the last 3 or 4 years is very, very important. We look at agriculture not only as a priority business for us, but as a commercial venture for us. And we realized that even the largest bank in Pakistan, the lending that we're doing to the segment was minuscule. And we, about 4 years ago, made a decision that we need to be at least double our size of what we were at that time, and over time increase agriculture lending to something like 7, 8, 9 or 10% of HBL as a whole, being the largest bank. First, we had this mindset shift, and it took a lot of challenges in the bank to make sure that we can do this, because other things take priority, like corporate banking, commercial banking, but we prevailed. And we convinced the organization, and the board, who was supportive, said go ahead and do it. So once we put the benchmark so high कि जी हमको double करनी है अपनी agriculture business, then all the challenges started to come up in front of us कि जी how do we lend, who do we lend to, क्या करें क्या नहीं करें. But as we walked that journey, a lot of the solutions came automatically to us. I'll give one or two very clear examples. We बात हुई electronic warehouse receipt की. It is common sense that when demand and supply have gaps, people take advantage of it. To smoothen that process and make sure the farmers' lives are better, they get the right right amount of profitability, we need warehouse, and we made sure we invest in Nemat collateral, and we are the 7th largest user of warehouse receipt financing in Pakistan. और बात हुई कि जी we think of agriculture primarily as crop financing. But a huge part, if not more than half, is dairy and livestock. We, as the largest bank in Pakistan, 95% of the entire financing we were doing was only for crop financing. And when we stretched our targets to be double the numbers that we wanted to do, we automatically had to find other avenues where we can lend. And dairy became an important element. And we've just started that journey about 2 years ago, and roughly 10 or 15% of our book now is dairy financing. So the message that we are telling our bank and everybody is that to grow and have a bigger part of this segment, we need to be thinking much bigger. Now, HBL is, as we've heard about it, is more than just a bank, and there are 2-3 things I want to talk to you about also. एक हमारा जो है, we are part of the AKDN network, and one of the philosophies that we have is to improve the quality of lives of the people of Pakistan and wherever we are. While we have HBL Agriculture, we also have HBL Microfinance Bank, right? So like I said, HBL Agriculture has something like 60–70 billion rupees of financing to Pakistan. But HBL Microfinance, which is part of the AKDN network, also has 100 billion rupees in financing, of which 53%, roughly 53 billion, is purely given to agriculture. And this is the small farmer who gets loans of 6, 7, or 5, 6 lakh rupees each. And out of the 450,000 customers we have in our HBL Microfinance, roughly 60% of that is agriculture, and of that 27% is given to female farmers. Now these are very small but light bulbs going on in our mind to say, okay, look at the potential out there. And as you must have also heard, 2 months ago we launched what we call HBL Zarai Services, And that is the first time in Pakistan that a bank has been given the permission, the State Bank of Pakistan, to do something in agriculture on a commercial basis that's beyond just financing. Now it's early days. The way that started was Pakistan में development finance institutions का concept over time khatam ho gaya, and banks like ours decided we need something to give back to the community in a commercially viable way. And about 4.5 years ago, we established internally a unit called development finance in the bank. And the first problem we tackled was agriculture. And we did over 4 years various pilots and learnings in maize, in wheat, in rice. The primary objective of that was कि जी जो bottom of the pyramid है जिसकी हम सब बात कर रहे हैं agriculture वो farmer है. Till the farmer doesn't get the right amount of income, he will remain marginalized and he will not have incentive to invest and grow. Now there are many challenges. When we partnered with many stakeholders, we did some proof of concepts and pilots. And over the last 3 or 4 years, we learned that actually it is very possible to commercially do this and also increase farmers' incomes. After 4 years of that experience, just earlier this year through the State Bank's approval in I think February, we launched HBL Zarai services. Now, the expectations are huge. Will we get there? I'm sure we will. Will it be easy? No. Will it be in the time frame we think? I don't know. But the one thing is certain, our intent very clearly is that beyond financing, whatever the agriculture segment needs, HBL is there to provide and help and assist. जो बात की अभी सेक्रेटरी साहब ने, the private sector has to lead, right? Our previous CEO, Mr. Mohammad Aurangzeb, who's now the finance minister, under his direction, the State Bank has made a couple of task forces. One of them is agriculture. HBL is leading that task force for agriculture. And we've come up with, over the last 2-3 weeks, as an industry, a long list of maybe 15, 18 recommendations. But in my mind, the 2 biggest recommendations we're going to give back to the State Bank and the Ministry of Finance is, we as banks, as industry, we need to have a very, very good mindset and focus on lending to the agriculture sector. And I'm not going to say much details about those recommendations, but we are looking to recommend some very aggressive targets, direction, to change the mindset and focus of the banking industry to actually come and step forward into agriculture finance in a big way. Once we have that mindset commitment as an industry, then a few things will follow. What are the enablers that the industry will need, both from a commercial aspect, from a regulatory aspect, from maybe the government of Pakistan? Another big thing that we saw in that was that HBL is a big bank. We are the largest, but we alone cannot solve the entire nation's problem in agriculture. We'd be more than willing to work with as many financial institutions as there are in the country to learn through experience and help them, so at the end there's gain for Pakistan. उसमें जो 2-3 चीज़ें नज़र आई, हमको नज़र आई कि जी banks generally shy away from financing to agriculture for many reasons. One of them also is calamities, climate change, natural disasters. The insurance element for particularly agriculture is an important one for medium, small banks, and even for larger banks. We should have insurance, viable insurance ability there, that in case things go wrong, banks and farmers are covered. And so, in our view, a lot of the banks don't step up because they're scared of the potential losses, whether natural through NPLs or whether through what we call climate-related impacts. We need to have that fixed. So over the course of the last 4 or 5 years, we are very aggressive. We want to grow. We want to help the industry. We are working with task forces. We'll work with the government of Punjab, government of Sindh, government of Balochistan as well, to see what we can do. All the arms of HBL, whether it's the microfinance bank, whether it's Zarai services, whether it's HBL itself, we all try to work together and try to help the industry across in terms of what we can do. The one thing that we have learned, and I'm saying this despite being a commercial organization, is we don't see as a HBL agriculture as a competitive play at all. You know, we honestly feel what is required is a lot of collaboration. Collaboration within the industry for financing. So we're very eager to share our experiences with banks, small and medium, and even the large ones who want to learn from us, and we want to learn from them. So agriculture becomes a bigger, significant part of the banking industry. So we have an open invitation, and we're going to work with the State Bank on this. Whatever it takes and whatever we can do as HBL to ensure that Pakistan mein agriculture is much larger, much more sustainable, so that the economy can consistently succeed, we are going to be 100% there. So my parting note is going to be, people in this room, you know, it is people like us who can make a difference. It is nobody else from somewhere else who's going to come and solve our problems. And the people we need to bring into this room are also in the power of people who are in this room to do it. So let's ensure that we leave a better future for ourselves and our next generations. And I can assure you that without agriculture, that's going to be a very, very tall order. HBL is fully committed, and it is our open invitation to anybody to work with HBL, and we'll do what we can, and if we cannot, we will try to help, and if we cannot do anything, we will let you know. But our intent is always there to make sure that agriculture remains core and center of what we do. So thank you so much for having HBL. We are committed to this, and thank you all for listening to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Qureshi. Now with that, we'll move on to our next speaker. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, or FAO, is perhaps the most influential donor institution for the agriculture sector. I will request FAO's Pakistan Country Manager, Ms. Florence Roll, to share her views with us. Florence?
Dear private sector of the agriculture, dear private sector of in the agriculture sector, dear Secretary Agriculture and dear Secretary Livestock of Punjab, Assalamu alaikum. Let me start by thanking the Pakistan Agriculture Coalition for inviting FAO in this important and impressive event. I'm sure that all of you will agree with the fact that Pakistan agriculture sector has not been an engine of sustained growth. Whether this has been the result of decades of neglect, whether it has been the result of ill policies, we can debate. But what is not debatable is that today Pakistan has become a net importer of the main agricultural commodities it needs for its national food security and for its industry. Pakistan is a net importer of cotton for its textile industry, a net importer of wheat and pulses as food staple, and a net importer of edible oils for cooking. In economic terms, the growth contribution of the agriculture sector has been around 2%, and we know it's well below the 6% to achieve poverty reduction and development. So what went wrong? What went wrong despite the tremendous potential of Pakistan agriculture for both feeding an increasing demand for food and getting a sizable share of international food markets? The government of Pakistan provides various subsidies, grants, and support programs to the agriculture sector. These include subsidies on fertilizer, subsidies on credit, subsidies on electricity and irrigation system, as well as financial support in the form of minimum price support for crops and disaster relief. However, these interventions have not always reached their intended purpose of sustaining and protecting family farms by reducing the cost of production, and in particular, small farms. Government policies regarding export, subsidies, tariff, and quotas have a profound impact on the agriculture sector integration in global market and have often distorted market dynamics and incentivized certain crop or practices over others, regardless of market demand. Take, for example, the case of soya beans. Selective import tariffs have allowed an animal feed industry to flourish through large import of soya bean, but has not incentivized domestic production of soya beans. Similarly, government price policies also influence what crops are grown, how they are marketed, and at what price they are sold domestically. For example, domestic sugar prices in Pakistan in the past 5 years have on average remained 60% above international prices. Thus, promoting domestic production of sugar at the expense of rendering sugar internationally uncompetitive, pushing water consumption up, and making domestic consumers worse off. Similarly, Pakistan has always massively subsidized wheat in the form of a minimum support price and export bans. These incentives have resulted in 80% of the farmers growing wheat without worrying about efficiency gains, as government set the price around 15–20% above the cost of production. As a result, Pakistan yields in wheat are much below the average national yields in most of the countries, including next door neighbor. Today, the agriculture in the world and in Pakistan is facing multiple crises, and business as usual is not possible any longer. Farms in Pakistan have not modernized and are not competitive. Landowners, absentee landlords, have not invested in their farms, as farming is not their main source of revenue. We just need to compare investments on land from KP, small farmers owning their land, and investment in Punjab and Sindh. Farmers have not diversified. Take, for example, the case of oilseeds. Pakistan is currently importing 5 billion of edible oil and oilseeds, acknowledging a vacuum that can be exploited by domestic producers. However, oilseeds are competing with wheat, cotton, and sugarcane. Therefore, majority of farmers are risk adverse, and they are doing the same crop rotation that they've been doing for decades. Farms do not get the water they require, as demand for water in agriculture has been increasing due to crop patterns and climate change. The largest contiguous irrigation system in the world is reaching its limit. Farms are unlikely to be able to adapt to climate change. Farms do not produce healthy food. Making healthy diet, farms do not produce enough healthy food. Making healthy diets unaffordable for 80% of Pakistanis. This is a result of a recent FAO study on the cost and affordability of healthy diets. Pakistani children and adolescents are consuming wheat 1.5 times more than what is recommended, while significantly under-consuming pulses, fruits, vegetables, meat, and dairy. So the food system in Pakistan that Pakistan has established in the last 75 years has already reached its limit and cannot cope with the emerging challenges, be they environmental, health-related, or economic-related. There is a need for a paradigm shift from government-led to private sector-led agriculture. The new approach must acknowledge that agriculture is a sector with tremendous potential for exports and import substitution if proper investments are made. You, the private sector, should be at the center of it. What that will mean? This will mean reorienting public subsidies towards an agriculture which is producing affordable, healthy food, food respectful of the environment, and food adapted to climate change. You, private sector today, need to push for that. In the short term, it will mean investment to change the existing systems, but in the longer run, you will benefit from it. And Secretary Agriculture opened the door in his speech today. This will mean strengthening the food control systems of Pakistan through providing sticks and carrots to push you to produce better quality products for both domestic and export markets. This will mean a demand for healthy food, and you should support investment in running awareness campaign on improving dietary diversity and consumption of nutrient-rich food. You might have noted that I did not highlight the importance of protecting smallholder farmers. And you might say, oh, but she's working for FAO. What is she saying? The development, so let me say a word for them. The development of the agriculture sector cannot happen without the 90% of the farmers who are producing 50% of Pakistani food. They must be part of the solution. Let me conclude by stressing that FAO provides a platform for promoting private investment in the agriculture sector. Some of you went to Rome last October, and again this year, Pakistan is invited to this event in October 2024 to present investment cases. So let's work together and prepare for it. Let me conclude by saying that after having spent almost 3 years in Pakistan, I know that you all know the solutions. But I also know that the willingness to go for this solution, I've not seen it. The push has to come from you, the leading private sector. Thank you for having invited FAO and for your attention.
Thank you very much, Florence. Next, we did have planned for Major General Shahid Nazir, who is the Director General of LIMS, to address the conference, but unfortunately he could not make it today. So with this, what we're going to do is go ahead and go for our 15-minute tea break. Please be back here in about 15 minutes because National Foods has a very exciting presentation prepared for us. So enjoy your tea. You have 15 minutes and I'll see you back here. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to take your seats. Thank you. Could I please once again request everybody to take their seats? We have a full schedule ahead and we'd like to get to our next presenters. Please be seated. Thank you, Kazim Saab. Thank you, Kazim Saab. Okay, with that, I hope everybody had a nice tea break. We are going to move forward with an exciting presentation. This presentation is by National Foods. So if everybody is ready, or not actually, I'm going to hand over the mic to the CEO of National Foods, Mr. Abrar Hassan, and also along with him, I'd like to welcome Mr. Syed Mahad. Please come up to the stage for your presentation. Everybody please be seated. Thank you.
I think so. We can do a sound check. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I hope I am audible and can be heard. First of all, I'd like to start off by actually thanking the Pakistan Agricultural Coalition to invite us over here and actually showcase the efforts that National Food as a company has made in the agricultural services that hopefully will, inshallah, benefit the country and, of course, the industrial sector in general. Before I begin and showcase the case study that we are about to present, I would like to make a disclaimer. And this disclaimer is actually whatever you are going to see over here really pertains and relates to our industry, which is the FMCG industry. So whatever learnings that we actually have, they are of benefit to the FMCG industry, but within these learnings, I'm sure you can draw a lot of inferences which can actually help improve the good agricultural practices, especially the main focus or the three pillars that I'm going to talk about over here are improved yields, cost competitiveness, and most importantly, what is actually plaguing our industry actually is the ever-changing stringent food regulations when it comes to export of our products outside of Pakistan. I think the most important thing as a premise that I would like to establish before I start is that, you know, we've been part of the domestic landscape now for, mashallah, more than 52 years. We've also been exporting our products for the last 30 plus years or so. The road to exports, unfortunately, is becoming extremely difficult. The most important thing to realize today actually is that the agricultural supply chain for food industries, unfortunately, does not meet the standards and the requirements which are ever changing in the international arena. At the same time, we have the challenge of our economy. The economy in general, as you would all agree, there's no hidden secret. We have an issue of balance of payments. We have an issue of trade deficit. We have an issue of inflation. And then on top of that, for food industries, we have an issue of non-compliance because of meeting the regulatory standards. So if we do an introspection, and the reason why our company actually got involved into this, because we were faced with an imminent existential threat. I think you are all aware of the fact that because of the issue of devaluation of currency and the low foreign exchange reserves, the question of taking for granted the imports that companies like us that were used to, for instance, importing certain critical raw material import items became rather questionable. In fact, the last fiscal year that we saw with the State Bank clamping down on actually allowing LCs to be opened for procurement of any kind of raw material or any kinds of other inputs, sort of, as our current foreign minister says, that our hand was forced, that now we actually have no choice but to actually do the introspection and go for indigenization, where we actually start getting into the development of the local supply chain, especially the agri supply chain. So with this perspective, I'd just like to highlight a few important facts. In my personal opinion, and I would like to repeat again, it's my entire personal opinion, being part of the industrial landscape of Pakistan, I personally don't think that there is much incentive anymore as far as industrialization projects are concerned. Pakistan actually has a scarcity of resources. We have an issue with our energy generation. Whatever energy we have available, unfortunately, it is exorbitant. It's not cost competitive. We have an issue of water. We have an issue of gas. In fact, all the essential infrastructural inputs are constrained. So it becomes rather questionable for new industrial investments taking place in Pakistan. And then, of course, with the ever-changing parity of the rupee and the US dollar, that makes the input costs and any other kinds of utility costs also rather constrained and questionable. Given the fact that then we are compounded with a very high inflation rate and with lending rates exceeding well above 20%, any kind of industrial investments would require really a very, very strong heart and endeavor, because I think the risk of failure actually is very, very large in generating a return on investment. So what is the silver lining? The silver lining is that Pakistan has always talked about agriculture. Why? Because being in the field of branding, marketing, as you know, as you all are very well aware of what National Foods is, the majority of Pakistan's population, 65% to be exact, because the rate of urbanization is only around 35% for the country, 65% of the population is rural. And when you actually have a rural economy, which majority of the population who is living over there are right at the bottom of the pyramid, there is no financial inclusivity, and for that I see a lot of interventions taking place, and my hats off. And my hats off to financial institutions like Habib Bank Limited and Bank of Punjab, who have played an instrumental role. And they are going to be the catalyst of change by including and creating that financial inclusivity for the farmers, especially the rural sector, which is there right at the bottom of the pyramid. So when we actually look at the bottom of the pyramid, then we have other issues in the rural sector. Majority of your malnutrition, food security issues, and other basic infrastructural issues are all present over there. By actually concentrating on agriculture, we have hope. And the best part actually is that when I see such a wonderful audience in front of me at the invitation of Pakistan Agricultural Coalition, who's playing a very vital role in actually creating this awareness among people, and especially investors, by showcasing Pakistan's potential on agriculture, which hopefully, inshallah, will be realized. So, why did we do this case study? Let me be a little bit more specific about National Foods. We have an issue where very lately, in the last 2 or 3 years, from an export perspective, we are faced with the challenges of MRLs. So when we actually buy, the current practice really is that we buy our produce from the farms, not directly, but through middlemen and brokers. We actually don't have any control on the quality. When we actually sell our goods in the international market, and this is a very important point that I want to make because I'm going to carry this through my presentation. We as a country, or the agricultural practices, or may it be any industry, we are never focused on the end product's specifications. And we never take these specifications and deconstruct and work backwards to actually see the kind of practices that we need at the grassroots level to actually make sure that our product is compliant. So this is one of the major realizations that today, when we see a lot of our farmers who are involved in the prevailing agricultural practices with no forward specifications or end specification, there is no incentive to improve. There is no incentive for qualitative improvement. There is a general mindset that whatever we produce can be sold, and that's fine. Most of the agricultural produce is unbranded, commodity-led based, like wheat, rice, and any kind of exports that you see taking place are really in the domain of bulk, commodities, unbranded exports. And please remember, and take this from me, because I've had a reasonable experience selling produce in the export market. Whenever you sell a commodity, please remember this: there will always be somebody in the world who will price you out. So when some country actually is cheaper than Pakistan, you've lost all that produce. nobody will buy from you. And then on top of that, actually with the ever-changing regulations, you run the risk of non-compliances and your shipments getting rejected. So while we have an incentive to change, the sad part is that whenever we are faced with bumper crop, actually the focus gets diluted. So while the product is selling, that's great, but the need to change actually sort of evaporates as well. So we were faced with this kind of challenge because for a brand, and here is the distinction, the learning that you have to go. A brand will always sell regardless of the fact whether the prices go up or down, because there is a loyalty factor. Sadly, from Pakistan, we don't really actually have global brands. In fact, try to rack your brains if you can actually see any global brand from Pakistan which has made it very big. Yes, I'm not talking about National Food, I'm not talking about Shan, I'm not talking about Shazan, but compare yourself to India and look at the number of brands that they've actually got themselves placed into. And I'm not talking about food products, I'm generally talking. Brands are what are going to command value-added exports and going to make sure that you get consistency of exports. As a manufacturer of branded items, it's not important. Here's the distinction. So it's not important for me as a brand owner to buy cheap and sell more, right? So I'm not after the farmer to please give me cheap stuff. No, I always want to buy. No, I'm not interested in buying cheap. What I'm interested actually is in a consistent price available to me so that I can actually make brand penetration and expand the category segment of my market. So if you guys actually have a little bit of marketing knowledge, and if there are some marketeers out there, you will sort of agree with me that if we actually have to expand a particular category and ensure that the category conversion takes place towards my brand, price stability actually becomes the most important thing. Let me illustrate. So let's say, for instance, okay, let me make it more relevant. Let's talk about my tomato ketchup as the product, because I'm going to present this tomato case study to you. If I'm actually going to get at the start of the season a particular price, and this price continuously changes, right? It just means that I have to continuously change my finished product's price. And when I actually pass on this price increase, the whole concept of category penetration and converting and making the category bigger, investment in branding and marketing support unfortunately dwindles. So it is very essential for brand companies to ensure that the material, the input costs that they are sustaining are coming at a fixed price, at least for a year. And this is a very important aspect of it. Let me draw your attention to developed countries. They have established futures market. Why does the futures market actually exist? It exists for actually companies and brand owners. They make forward contracts because they are able to lock prices and they're able to ultimately make sure that their brand actually has a sustenance in terms of growing the category. So I'm sure this concept must be a little bit alien to you in an agri conference, but I think it's important for you to understand where I come from. I'm the end user, or rather now, with entry into this particular endeavor of ours, I've actually become the middleman. Why can National Foods actually succeed in this thing? We are perhaps lucky and fortunate enough to be, at least over here, the only company which now has control over the entire value chain, including the retail sector. So, when there are issues of conversion in terms of the cost, or let's say if there is a weather disaster, there is a supply shortage or anything, I have the capability of still manufacturing my product and offloading it into the retail segment and actually recovering the money. Sadly, the farmer cannot do that. So we've seen many companies actually enter into this case, but without actually having the end control, this is where they fail. So when we were actually faced with this problem last year, where we were importing our tomato paste for the production of ketchup from a leading country, we were faced with not being able to import. Now, ketchups as a category in national food is a huge category. I think it is my second largest category that I sell. My first, obviously, being spice mixes. So we decided when we could not actually import, and we actually faced actually an existential threat, because, you know, when we compose a product, the formulation actually consists of, you know, 20 or 23 different ingredients actually which form the bill of materials for my final product. So can you imagine if an essential component like tomato paste is not there? I mean, you're not going to be eating tomato ketchup actually, it's going to be something else. And that effectively means that I have to shut down my production. And when a category size is in billions of rupees as a company, it becomes a huge existential threat for us, because that effectively means a huge chunk of your sales gone. And for a brand manufacturer, the more important thing is not the loss of sales, but actually the loss of market share. Because once you lose your market share, the reacquisition of market share, we have to spend twice the money actually to invest in getting this market share back. So we are a converter, and hence I made the disclaimer. So my particular model may not be applicable to a lot of farmers out there, but I think they can draw some inspiration in terms of the benefit that we saw by intervening and making sure that the yields increased and how the cost actually came down. And of course, meeting the stringent regulatory requirements that we actually have. So let's start by actually looking at the background and the problem. So if you see, we are a company which, by the grace of God, will cross over with our total turnover this year, fiscal year, going well beyond 100 billion rupees. Of the different products that we manufacture, if I break it down, my annual procurement or the entire products that I manufactured actually are exposed to about 40 different agricultural crops. Okay? So agriculture is a very important facet for National Foods. So if I actually look at the procurement trends, more than 70% of my buying is of agri-related material. In value terms, obviously, because they're expensive. The two largest components of ingredients that I actually have are tomato paste and dry red chilies. So we thought that, okay, if we are going to get into this agricultural project where we have to intervene and the objective is no more imports, let's develop local indigenization so we become self-sufficient only for our needs. Again, another important fact that whatever we did, the first priority was to secure our needs in terms of meeting the requirements. So tomato paste and dry red chilies is what we focused on. The price increases that we normally face in these two ingredients is a swing of about 60 to 80%. I just discussed with you and I declared that why price stability to me is very important. So if I look at my practice within the marketing landscape, I have not been able to actually, or rather any company in Pakistan, operating in Pakistan, to make any meaningful category penetration with these kind of input swings. Forget about exports altogether. There's no way we can be competitive when we are in Pakistan. At least I've got local competitors, but when I go outside, I'm competing with India, I'm competing with China, I'm competing with Bangladesh. So they are got different practices and they're more cost competitive than we are. So we intervene with this vision that we want to be self-sufficient and we want to address the import substitution issue. Not only for ourselves, but actually when we talk about the foreign exchange that goes into the imports, it is actually a service to the country as well. And we are absolutely dedicated to work on this problem, and I'm happy to present today that we've met with reasonable success. I cannot claim that we've succeeded because the results are still coming in, but so far the scorecard on every day, then we take a look at, hopefully, inshallah, by end June, the scorecard will be complete. But so far, we are on a trajectory which has far exceeded the benchmarks and the standards that we've got. So, as I mentioned, that the intervention started from seed, because this was the area that National Foods as a company was missing. So we've now, with this particular case study, have reasonable confidence that as we scale this up, in the next 4 to 5 years, we would be self-sufficient in meeting our own needs for all the critical crops that are essential to us. And ultimately, what is this going to result into? Is going to result into increase in exports. So this translates into the vision, which is to localize the agricultural value chains within Pakistan while ensuring the production of high quality products actually. Today, I have reasonable confidence that actually I can exceed the requirements globally as well, which are set forth as far as the regulations are concerned. For tomatoes, it's been an easy journey, but the next crop that we are getting into, the red chilies, is very, very difficult. The intervention over there is going to be quite challenging because generally the harvest of the crop actually happens in the monsoon season. So we'll cross the bridge when we get there. But so far, we are ready as far as our journey to start the process. So moving on, if you take a look at some of the, I'd like to now work on the deconstruction process of what I talked about. So these are some of the product categories that I do, right? So if we move on, can we move on? Yeah. So of these categories, about 6 out of 10 categories, we are the market leaders. So it is, and when I say market leaders, we have a market share in excess of 50%. So it is essential that any kind of issues that we face in the value chain, we have to address it immediately. Can we move on? So in the deconstruction, what we've tried to do actually, I'm trying to present this to the audience in the simplistic way. I'm not going to get into technical details so that you understand the basic concept. So when I look at these basic categories, what are the major ingredients or raw materials actually which go into manufacture? So in our spice mixes, we have dry red chilies, we use dried plums which comes from Afghanistan and other spices. In the basic spices, we've got dry red chilies and other spices like turmeric, coriander and so on. Then we've got seasonings again which uses red chili, sorry, can we move back? In pickles, which is another major category that we are doing, we have inputs of mangoes, lemons, pickles, edible oil, right? Now mangoes is a very tricky item for pickles manufacture. Most of you who know the Pakistan or the ethnic base of pickles, which are vegetables cooked in spices and oil, it is a fermentation process, right? And the fermentation process, to me, fresh mango is of no use. When a mango actually ripens, I cannot produce pickles from that. So I actually have to produce, or rather induce the fermentation process by using raw mangoes, okay? So we have this huge challenge of actually procuring 11,000 tons of raw mangoes in 5 weeks. And not only do we have to procure in 5 weeks, because after that the ripening process starts, we have to cut it, we have to slice it, we have to debone it, and we actually have to brine it in our storage tanks. It's a mammoth task, and which is increasing actually every year. So over there as well, there's a huge project of intervention that has to go in. Ketchup, of course, the major ingredient being tomato paste and sugar. In mayonnaise, egg and oil. Salt, of course, is salt, and of course with our entry in Himalayan salt as well, which is becoming a huge export item, that is a different sourcing altogether which is required. In jams and jellies, again, all sorts of fruit pulps. In these powdered dessert mixes, we are a very big consumers of flavors. And then, of course, corn flour. And then, of course, the last category that we do in exports, a very big popular category is ginger garlic paste. So obviously we require a lot of ginger and garlic actually for that. So this is just to give you an idea for a company like us, when we deconstruct and move backwards, you can see that how we are procuring. Overall, if I tell you that I procure on an annual basis more than 3,000 raw materials, So you can well imagine that for us to operate on that capacity, it's not humanly possible, so we have to rely on very sophisticated software and technology that helps us do the planning for this thing. So as we move along the deconstruction process, so when we take some of these major ingredients, there are two sets of figures that you're actually seeing over here. So let me try to explain. Obviously, when we buy from the farm, whether we're buying it directly or whether we're going to buy through a broker or a middleman, the key thing is actually the fresh component is something we cannot use. Of course, we have to buy them fresh, but then there is a process of dehydration that has to take place. Because we're a manufacturer, we actually are in the process of grinding and converting these things into powders. So we actually have to dehydrate them, whether that comes in the form of natural sun dehydration or any kind of mechanical intervention which takes place. The usual convention is heat-based dehydrators which are being used, and then of course the very more expensive upscale dehydrators are vacuum-based dehydrators which can really speed up the process, but is a very intense capex requirement to do that. So a classic example is that if we require 4,500 tons of dried chilies, we need to actually buy 15,000 tons of fresh chilies actually. So that is the kind of yield that we're actually getting. So when we talk about 6,000 tons of tomato paste which is required, of course, when you manufacture paste, we usually buy different concentrations, because different concentrations are measured in a format which is known as bricks. So different bricks can give you different yields. So currently we are using a concentration factor of about 28% bricks value for tomato paste, and if we go backwards from that, that effectively means we need 33, almost 34,000 tons of fresh tomatoes actually to meet the existing sales of our category. Then of course we buy dehydrated plums from Afghanistan. They come in dehydrated format, but here is another project, especially if I concentrate in the northern areas of Pakistan, which has beautiful fruit, lovely fruit actually. And if we put in some sort of intervention or a dehydrators over there, we can perhaps use these fresh fruits and dehydrate them. So this is a project that we will also be working upon somewhere in the future. And this 5,000 tons is what we get a yield after we procure 11,000 tons of raw mangoes for our pickles. Majority of wastage actually going in the seed of the mango, which is not thrown, but we have a project where we actually reutilize that by dehydrating it, grinding it, and selling it as a powder which enhances the flavors of your food products. And then of course about 8,000 tons of fresh carrot actually, which is also bought in. So this slide is just an exemplary slide which shows you the problem of our value chain or the supply chain that we actually have and why it is critical for me. So when we look at this interesting graph, it takes and analyzes the ever challenge that we actually have of the growth. Mashallah, we are blessed with a very healthy growth. We as a company, National Food, have been growing for the last 52 years, and we have a very enviable growth graph. If you actually take a look at it, it's a very high exponential growth curve that we actually have. And then of course compound in that the requirements for export that we actually have. We are able to generate actually on value terms for the last 52 years, I'm happy to state, we have a CAGR of 20% year on year. And when I talk about from a volumetric perspective, it is far lower, but this again shows you the problem. The differential is pure inflation and nothing else. So when we talk about inflation, unfortunately, the real growth is always a challenge which becomes compromised with the ever-changing pricing, especially in the agriculture sector that we have. So when we move on, here I'd like to talk about the kind of potential that actually exists, right? So we talked about the captive demand of these various ingredients that were highlighted in the previous slide. But if we actually go along the lines, the three pillars that I talked about, if we improve the yields, if we do indigenous development, and most importantly, if we control and are able to outperform the regulatory requirements they have, these are just some of the potential, the export potential that you see actually in front of you. Tomatoes in general has an export potential of $10.4 billion, whether they come in raw format or whether they come in actually converted product format. The chilies has an export potential of 4.18, and so on, as you can see in the slide in front of you. So when I talked about in the beginning that why I personally don't believe in any more industrial investment, because I believe, I truly am a believer that Pakistan's economy and its salvation lies in the rural economy and through the agriculture, because we've got a fantastic potential. What I'm showcasing to you is only national foods requirements. So you can see the potential which exists purely for our company. I'm not even taking into consideration the other companies, the wonderful potential that the farmers themselves have actually in getting into exports themselves, and if they are able to actually address these three pillars which are very critical in meeting this thing. So can we move on, please? So now let's get into the case study that was done on the tomatoes. So we started with tomatoes. We are going to do chilies now. I need to explain this a little bit. Why didn't we do this before? The answer is very simple. It's not our core competence. We have, I'm not ashamed to say, we have no knowledge about this. It's a scary topic actually, because there's a lot of, big money actually involved. And I'll just give you an example of the kind of commitment that I made over here. The whole issue is that many times we thought, oh, do we buy agricultural land ourselves? Do we get into corporate farming? Where do we do it? How do we do it? Who's going to go to the farms? Who's going to look after that? How can we work with so many farmers? It's impossible actually, to go down that path. And then most importantly, many of the progressive farmers will understand what I'm talking about. Different regions in Pakistan have different soil capabilities. So in different geographical regions, there is different optimizations for different crops. So as a corporation, if I buy, let's say, X acres of land, and I'm stuck with it, I may get optimization in one category, but what I just explained to you, that I have such a diverse need, there's no way I can actually optimize from a single piece of land. So what was the game changer actually over here that got us, and how it has fitted into the value chain? So let me try to actually explain to you this particular graph. This is a little bit, it may seem a bit confusing, but actually it is very, very plain and simple. The game changer for us actually has been farm management companies. When we were approached by these farm management companies, and I'm not talking about ordinary people, I'm talking about actual farm management companies, registered farm management companies who are paying their taxes from an organized perspective, and most importantly, the people leading these farm management companies are educated, intelligent people actually who know what they're doing. And some of them actually have their own product to complement your value chain. Like they sell nutrients, they sell certain enhancement products actually which you use in the agricultural farming, can improve the yields. But most importantly for me, it was the understanding that how they can actually come through and be the bridge between the converter and actually the grower. And it actually solves the problem because I don't actually have to go and own the land, right? So in general, what do? They're actually farm aggregators. They go around and they aggregate land through farmers who are willing to come onto this model. Now we were faced with a lot of resistance, and the resistance mainly being a lot of farmers obviously had a lot of questions. A lot of farmers were very reluctant to get into this particular thing. And then of course a lot of you people who've had the experience the farmers have a tendency to renege. So as soon as they start seeing the market prices actually move north, their loyalty towards your value chain is rather restricted and limited. And this actually happened to us as well, and I will share the solution for that. And this is where I feel the farm management and the aggregators is a beautiful concept, because it addresses that particular situation, right? So if you look at this entire value chain, national food being the anchor, right? We were able to attract in this value chain wonderful stakeholders. When we actually went public with this thing, we were amazed, surprised at the level of talent, the level of solutions, the level of technology actually which was available, which all came to us. We didn't even have to go searching for this thing. Once it became public, people just thronged to us. We used as many people as we could in this value chain. For instance, as you can see, in this value chain, we have factored in as part of the costing seed manufacturers. We are very happy to state that Syngenta was our partner actually in the seed provision for tomatoes. But apart from that, there are other seed providers as well. But the kind of knowledge that they brought to us helped us actually improve the yields of the product. Then crop protection, we actually included in the value chain crop insurance, right? That is something which is rather nascent in the Pakistan agri landscape at the moment, but has a fantastic potential, and very happy, or rather they were, I think, rather happy to be associated with us, because it helps them to also showcase their products. Agronomy support products, these are usually through other input providers. One of the biggest issues that we actually have in meeting the regulatory standards abroad is pesticide residue. Majority of the shipments that get failed in the export market is on the basis of pesticide residue. There is no established practice or standards. We have got leading crop protection companies in the audience, and I think they will agree with me that despite their relentless training to the farmers, unfortunately this is something which is just sprayed at will, and they're not able to control it. So too much spraying is actually done, which ultimately has resulted in soil contamination. So regardless of any other crop that you do in the land, you will always have pesticide residue which filter through. And unfortunately, as a regulatory aspect, there's a very stringent requirement in the international market. Then of course there are post-harvest practices. So storage becomes a very critical component of this value chain. Okay? So I don't know how many of you are actually aware that a lot of effort has gone, and last year we talked a lot about in the Agri-Conference of a collateral management company. So a collateral management company exists in Pakistan in the name of Nemat Collateral, and I believe the CEO is here or will be here. He's part of the panel, I think either today or tomorrow, so you'll have a wonderful opportunity to also listen to him. But we require these post-harvest practices, because if you actually harvest the crop and you just throw it in the ground, that's where the contamination starts. Especially in chilies, you will actually have contamination of aflatoxins, mycotoxins, bacterial contamination. All this thing starts to take place right from the grassroots level. Okay? And then of course, we had these fantastic input providers who came with bringing satellite management and drone management. This was rather new to me actually, but fantastic. I have been in the field actually, I've seen this in operation, and I am very happy to state that there are fantastic companies present here today in the conference, and I do urge people who have the interest to do engage with them. They have fantastic products. They can help, and they did help us in actually optimizing the yield that we've actually got. Fantastic technology, really good. Okay? So this is what we call the agri-tech. So all these inputs we coupled with the farm management companies, where they address this GAP we're talking about. GAP is nothing but good agricultural practices. So these are practices that actually have to be developed by deconstructing the end specification and moving backwards. When you produce something in the absence of specification, nobody wants to buy this product. So you've wasted all your efforts actually in doing this thing. So we need to actually change our mindset. So we need to engage with forward sellers like us who will give you these specifications. You know, when I supply my food products, let's say to UK, and I'm got the chance to put my product in Marks and Spencer or Asda or Sainsbury or anything like that, you think that they are running to me because they want my product? No. They are only going to come to me if I give them a value proposition, if I give them marketing support, right? So I have to make the effort, and I have to ensure as a given that I meet the food safety and regulatory requirements. Now add more problem to this particular statement. The world in general is moving towards a clean label. Do you know what clean label means? Clean label means absence of preservatives and additives, meaning that in your production of any food product, you cannot use it has to be as natural as possible. And hence, there is a nascent emerging market for organic farming as well, which is out there, right? But ultimately, the whole idea of conversion is to buy, because the consumer health is very important for developed countries, and they want their products that they are sourcing to be free from any kind of radicals which can affect the health of the consumers. So the world is actually moving towards that. But with our very archaic, nascent agri practices, unfortunately, we are going to be out of the market. So we'll only be a domestic player. But let's not forget the wonderful work which is being done by the regulatory authorities of Pakistan as well. So we have the food authority figures over here who are also evolving, but actually they have a hard task in front of them. So let's not think that we're, okay, if we can't do exports, we can sell as much as we can in the local market. No, because the regulators over here are also getting pretty strong, right? So by using all these stakeholders in this cycle, we developed a value chain system. So here was the process. I just want to show you some of the pictures. Can we move on, please? So these are actual pictures of our project on the field that has taken place, right? So this is just to show that, right from we were involved with the farm management companies through aggregation, right from land preparation, nursery and transplantation, growing, fruiting, harvest, everything. And we've gotten excellent results up till now. Like I said, it's not over yet. And in this entire intervention, I have to make another disclaimer. I have done nothing on water management so far. That's another thing. It's a mammoth task actually of managing water, efficient use of water actually. So I've actually gotten excellent results without even embarking on this intervention. So if I actually embark on this intervention, but this is such a huge thing which cannot be done without the help of government, we can actually drive down the cost even further and improve the yields. So here is the scorecard. So I think my entire presentation is about this slide, the next one. So here is the lovely scorecard actually which has given us such wonderful motivation. So in order to remain confidential, obviously these 5 farm management companies, unfortunately I cannot name them here, but they're called Cluster 1, Cluster 2 and so on. Okay. You can clearly see that Pakistan's average up till now for tomatoes, and I'm sure a lot of people may disagree, maybe on the higher side, but the general quoted figure is within the market is of about 9 tons per acre, 9 tons, okay? And this sometimes goes up, sometimes goes down, but most importantly, the tomato crop has been plagued with inconsistencies as far as yields are concerned. So these 5 farm managers, we used a different approach. So 5 different case studies. Each was given different acreage, and they aggregated this acreage for us, okay? And the cluster yield figure that you see is something that they told us actually at the beginning of the project, that even though it says 9 tons, but they're saying that we can see an upside of between 15 tons as an average that we can deliver. So very happy to state that our cluster 1 actually performed right now with 40 acres. He's done. He supplied us the entire crop. 35 tons to 40 tons per acre has been the actual yield against 9 tons actually, which is coming in. The other clusters, the count is still going on actually, but they're still averaging 20 to 25. And there are different reasons for their slightly lower yields because of different soil content, different soil capabilities. There were different models that were operating over there, but this thing actually carries on at the moment, and hopefully when the final scorecard comes in, we are actually going to see the score improve even further. But most importantly, within the compilation of the result, this is an average that we are talking about. We actually saw the maximum reaching 42 tons, actually. This is brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. So with you know, very little intervention that takes place, I think we can do a lot. That's the message that I would like to give you. So it's not difficult. And another thing that we've realized is that if there is any kind of change that needs to be brought about, the corporations or the private sector have to get involved. When I embarked on this 500 tons project, and you can you know, understand the intensity of it, my sunk cost in this thing, purely from a research and development perspective, was 300 million rupees, 30 crores. So we took a risk that if this thing doesn't work, we would lose this. I was prepared to take this risk because it was an existential threat. Can the farmers do that? I don't think so at the moment. Can the farmers bring in technological change? I don't think so. So we actually have to develop this stakeholder engagement with the farmers, who are a very essential part of the process. And when we develop this value chain, right? When we develop this value chain, we had to make sure that every single person within the value chain made money. Because it's not about me making money. Like I said, my objective is not buying cheap and selling high. My objective is consistent price. So I want to give to the farmers the ability to generate a consistent profit year on year basis. Not the problem that 1 year they have a bumper crop, they make money, and then 5 years they're out of the market where they have a loss. So we worked on a fixed cost because we are providing the input costs. So different 5 cases that I presented, different input costs that we had, because we wanted to test our theories, 5 different theories operating, and we're very happy that we have the results and we know exactly the behavior of different inputs. So in general, what has become for National Food, that we've actually replaced, because we have provided a lot of this input cost in terms of the cost of seeds, the cost of satellite, the cost of fertilizer and all that sort of stuff, which is there. Technically, can you say I am the modern Aarti? Maybe, okay. Do I have a plan to become a modern Aarti permanently? No. I'm happy to act as a catalyst and actually pass the baton on once the evolution starts to do this thing. So this is where we are coming from. So pure dedication to actually improving technology, the yields, and of course, ultimately resulting in exports. So the next page, I think, is very important actually. The next slide, if you see. I'm sorry I've taken a bit of time, so I'm going to speed it up. So here is a column actually that you see on the pre-intervention and our project, which is the seed to table, and the results that we've actually got over here, right? So without the seed to table, in terms of the seed, the pre-intervention, the practices that prevail are somewhere where the seed beds are used and about 20 to 30% is the loss in germination. With our seed to table project, helped by companies like Syngenta, using the grow trays, we increased the germination by 96%. In terms of land preparation, the leveling, very few people use laser levelers, but today in our project, actually not only did we use laser levelers, but they were monitored you know, through drone imagery as well, which clearly showed you the effectiveness of the leveling. In terms of nutrition planning, the nutrition is based majority on trial and error, not so for progressive farmers. I think the progressive farmers are a little bit much better on that thing, but in the seed to table project, we used extensively lab analysis, soil analysis, and the whole plant nutrition because we needed to meet the end specifications. In crop protection planning, there's not much use of crop insurance. So we actually toyed with that, and we're very happy that we have Salam Takaful actually as one of our partners who introduced crop insurance within the country. And I believe there is another crop protection agency which is also trying to make way into Pakistan. In terms of tech development, there is no tech solution available, but we used satellite and drone monitoring to assess crop health and the interventions. And of course, the extreme weather was sort of catered through parametric insurance, which was not actually available over here. Harvest optimization, purely from tomato-based products. The typical practice actually is that, you know, when the harvest takes place, they just bag it in like these big polyethylene bags. But because our harvest had to go to the paste manufacturer, so we actually, the transportation and logistics cost actually became a very, very important endeavor to ensure the preservation of quality and to ensure that we had the most cost-efficient way of actually transporting the fresh tomatoes to the processor to do the conversion. So obviously logistic plays a very important part. So what were the results actually? In summary, we achieved on average about 35 tons per acre yield instead of 17 tons. The farm income has actually increased by 119%. We de-risked the whole farm and lower risk as compared to the normal through the introduction of technology and of course insurances, and focus just increased on farming instead of other activities actually. All right. And the next one actually is giving more credibility to the project. So if you look at the seed to table project, this is the actual contribution. So in terms of, let's say, the total cost, the fresh tomatoes actually are 33% of the cost. The conversion is about 40%, right? And the logistics, a very important part, is about 27%. So this all translated to a landed cost of $1,464 per ton for us. This is our current average. If you see the top one, we were buying paste from China, where the current prevailing prices actually, it translates to about $1,289 per ton without duties. But when we pay the duties and the actual paste comes into our factory, the final cost is $1,882. So we're very happy to state that we beat this with simple intervention by $400 per ton actually. This is just the beginning. The thing actually that we are showing is the improvement potential, a very easy intervention again to increase this gap even further. So meaning we have seed providers who are now coming up with brilliant varieties of seed, where we've seen with them actually more increased yields of performance coming from the seed. And very confidently I can state we can improve this particular conversion by a further 9%. Okay? And when I talk about the conversion of paste, we are talking about the actual process of manufacture. You know, the tomatoes that we got, and I sampled it out to a few people actually, the color of the tomato was just brilliant. It was way superior than any of the current tomatoes that you actually see in the market. So when we actually converted into the paste, the paste was so rich that actually it was over the requirement that we require from the food standards that we have. So if I actually tweak that and bring the standard down, I can actually improve the conversion cost by another 16%. Okay? And if I do decide to actually take this seriously and really scale it up, then I will be talking about investments of putting up paste manufacturing plants or partnering with already manufacturers who've got their paste manufacturing process in different parts of the country. If we are able to locate these conversion very close to the farms that we have a whopping saving of 91% as far as logistics costs are concerned. So when we actually do this, this can result in a further 37% reduction from the $1,464 that you're seeing. So such is the potential if we actually have a planned intervention. And all this thing has come about by taking the forward specification, deconstructing and working backwards by doing the value chain system that we have. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope I was able to actually give you or rather motivate you actually to see the kind of potential that exists that can actually put Pakistan and its economy back on the roadmap, because it is possible. We are very, very motivated, and I think if we are successfully able to scale this up, this probably calls for setting up a separate vertical, a separate company to do this agricultural practices. And we are committed more from investing more in the agri space than just pure industrialization space. I truly believe in the salvation of Pakistan's economy coming from the agricultural landscape of Pakistan. So thank you very much for listening to me, and I am just going to leave you with a small showreel of what we did, hopefully to give you a better projection into what I've just delivered to you. Thank you very much for listening to me.
In the heart of Pakistan, a groundbreaking Seed to Table by National Foods. A transformative project set to redefine the country's agricultural landscape.
It all started because of an existential threat, which was brought about due to the supply chain constraints which were caused globally after the COVID-19 crisis. This forced National Foods to actually rethink its strategy, because on one hand we had the challenge of continuing business as usual, of importing these raw materials from different countries, which also uses up the valuable foreign exchange, but it seems to be the norm which a lot of countries are still practicing. This entailed for us to actually look at localization of this raw material.
Pakistan currently imports nearly $10 million worth of tomato paste annually. Seed to Table is more than an initiative. It's a commitment to fortify the tomato value chain, seizing import substitution opportunities and reshaping the agricultural sector positively.
We actually had to study the entire value chain. On the one hand, we had to deal with the crisis of quality of seeds, water availability, getting into the farming sector for which we actually had no clue, no knowledge, and of course identifying the stakeholders.
National Foods formalizes partnerships with progressive farm managing companies. These collaborations improve farming practices, achieve better yields, and empower farmers with advanced technical tools. With the Seed to Table project, National Foods is committed to revolutionizing operational procedures, enhancing food security, and promoting localization efforts while upholding sustainability at its core.
Today I'm here to witness the growing of the fruit, which has yielded tremendous results. Based on our little interventions that we have done, we are seeing some significant improvements in the yields of tomato growing. With this kind of sustainability and efforts, I'm very sure that National Food has played its part, at least a small part, in ensuring that we sustain the food security efforts of the country in a sustainable manner, which benefit not only the economy, but all its stakeholders within the economy, and ultimately becoming self-sufficient, which can even lead to exports of our final products.
We are internationally national, and we're here to create food that enriches the lives of people everywhere. We are National Foods.
Thank you, Abrar Saab, for highlighting the critical areas of improvement and concerns. So from everything we have heard today, it is clear as day that agriculture should be on the top of our priority list to take Pakistan's economy forward. But are we really ready? How can we help move this sector along quickly? Well, Abrar Saab really helped us connect to our next segment, which is our first panel of the day. And this panel is titled, How Agriculture Can Salvage Pakistan's Economy. Now for this, I would request Mr. Mr. Afaq Tiwana, who will also be moderating this panel for us. He is the CEO of Farmers Associates. Mr. Tiwana, if you can join us on stage. I would request for our panelists to be given some seats on the stage, and I'll wait to announce our panelists then. While we wait, I would say that Mr. Abrar deserves a huge round of applause for the incredible presentation and bringing to light some of the areas of improvement that are critical, very critical to this topic that we are on today. All right, so with that, I would like to invite our first panelist, who is here all the way from China, Mr. Engro Ni. He is the International Sales Director for XAG of China. Our second panelist is Dr. Iqrar Ahmed Khan, who is a celebrated academic and is the Vice Chancellor of the University of Agriculture, Faisalabad. Our third panelist, she is joining us on video, Ms. Naz Khan. She is the Principal Country Officer for International Finance Corporation, the IFC. And last but not least, Mr. Nabil Awan. He is the Chairman of Planning and Development for the Government of Punjab. Please welcome our esteemed panelists and our moderator. Enjoy the panel.
Hello.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me? आवाज आ रही है? Assalamu alaikum. My name is Afaq Tiwana. I am a farmer from District Khushab, and I've been asked to moderate this session. Will agriculture be able to salvage the economy? It's quite a wide canvas, and we are being given probably 7 to 10 minutes each to speak on this topic. Let me introduce to you the panel today. On my right, Dr. Iqrar Ahmed Khan, Vice Chancellor of the University of Agriculture, Faisalabad. On my left, the Secretary, Planning and Development, Mr. Nabil Awan. Chairman, Planning and Development. And Mr. Engro from XAG, China. I've been advised to start by giving the farmers' point of view first, and I shall do so from the dais. So about 150 years ago, a certain Mr. Dickens wrote these opening lines: And he said it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the spring of hope, it was the winter of despair. The farmers of Pakistan and the agriculture sector today feel somewhat this predicament, this dichotomy about, on the one hand, we see that there is, for the first time, a glimmer of hope of the corporate sector wanting to now invest in the agriculture realm. And for the first time, we see commercial agriculture taking hold and being present within this sector. But at the same time, we see that the old policies that have held agriculture back over the years are still quite prevalent. Even though the Secretary's speech today does give us a certain sense of hope. But practically speaking, the sector is still reeling from policies for which the sell-by date has long expired. So what are these policies? Beta? I have a sore throat, sorry. Beta, baat se na mujhe pani ka de de. So what are these policies that are holding our sector back that may have been relevant? Thank you. That may have been relevant a while ago, but they no longer are able to take this sector forward. So the first, these are myths that we do need to break for commercial agriculture to come into place. The first myth: support inputs, subsidize farm inputs like fertilizer and others so that the farmers can have a lower cost of production. This is a myth, ladies and gentlemen. This lower cost of production does not reach the farmer. Only parts of it reaches the farmer. And we are totally for eliminating the subsidies on inputs. Rather, let the government spend on infrastructure, on land management, on roads, on providing energy, on new irrigation and more efficient irrigation systems for us. And that will definitely improve the productivity and the yields that we so aspire to have. So the second has been talked about: support the small farmer. All our money, so to speak, is because of the small farmer. No, support viable agriculture, not small farmer agriculture. Support, it could be a 4-acre farmer doing horticulture, and that is viable agriculture. So let us support, so break this myth about supporting small farms, support viable farms. Then there is the myth about regulating the prices of farm output. So we regulate the wheat price, we regulate sugar price. Right now, just a week ago, they were trying to regulate roti price. get out of the market. We ask the government, kindly refrain from regulating meat prices, milk prices, and all the prices that are being regulated, ladies and gentlemen, are products that are in short supply. Makes you think that it is this very regulation that drives down the profitability of the farmer and thereby gives you this downward spiral where these items become in short supply. Food security means wheat self-sufficiency. No, thank you very much. Wheat, like any other commodity, can be imported. We must grow what we grow best and which gives us the greatest value. We must be export-oriented, just like our friend from National Foods spoke about how we can meet the price points in the world. If I were to give you an example of Chile, which is so much like Pakistan, a long and narrow country, they went ahead and they did three things, ladies and gentlemen, three things. Number one, they invited the players who were part of the global supply chain. Companies like Dole, companies like Del Monte, Chiquita, they came to Chile many, many decades ago and they taught them how export product is created. National Foods talked about compliance, about the SPS adherence. This is the future of Pakistani agriculture. It is not growing wheat. Wheat in these fields, the kind of agriculture resource that Pakistan and especially Punjab and Sindh possess. Wheat, we are squandering our resource when we grow sugarcane and wheat. These are all horticulture. This is high value livestock and produce country. If you go to Chile, they did these three things. First, they invited the players who are cognizant of how agriculture, international agriculture is conducted. Number two, they went through a consolidation process of farms. They also had these small farms, and even if you were able to consolidate 30 acres only, they provided you with a farm manager. That was their plan. And those farm managers were enabled, they knew the SPS, the compliance methods. And the third thing they did was very effective diplomacy in bringing FTAs, free trade agreements, with the EU, with North America in their case. We can do it with China and with many other countries. And so we have to change our perspective about the resource that we have available. We need 100 national foods in this country. We don't necessarily require the old mantra, oh, we've got 30 million tons of wheat, let's now be very complacent, happy about it. That is scraping the bottom of the barrel with the resource that we have available. Stop, this is another mantra, stop rural to urban migration. 50–60% of the people sitting in this room have escaped the farm and come to the city. And now we want that the ones who are left there should not get a way out. No, we must encourage and manage rural to urban migration, because that is a natural outcome of the mechanization that we are so seeking in this country. And China has shown us the way where they've gone ahead and they've developed their small towns right close to where people live. Our secondary and tertiary towns need to be developed, not Lahore and Karachi or Islamabad only, but these small towns. So rural development, agriculture development is very much connected to the urbanization process. We will definitely have fewer people in agriculture, but it will be a more enabled, more productive manpower that we will have. So there are many other myths that keep on perpetuating themselves. You know, put a 1,000 rupee coupon in a bag of DAP and squander 30 billion rupees that way. The farmer didn't get it. The farmer got 300 rupees out of that. And the arti and probably the people who put the money, the coupon in the bag, they got the money. So kindly refrain, get out of the market, come into infrastructure development for us, enable us, the farming community, to be able to produce more. We need fewer farmers. We need to drain our villages. A village is not, ladies and gentlemen, a viable settlement in the modern economy. Small towns are a viable settlement. We will never have a Habib Bank branch over there or a service shoes or whatever else. So eventually, if we want to modernize agriculture, and if we think that agriculture is the salvation for Pakistan's economy as an engine of growth, then we need to start to change the old mantras, and we need to start to say to ourselves, yes, we want to modernize and we are able to pay the price for it. Thank you very much for your attention. I will now request Dr. Iqrar Ahmed Khan to please come and speak.
Thank you, Twana Sahib. Since morning, we have received quite a good dose of justifications, and then an outstanding example of entrepreneurship and commercialization from National Foods Limited. We have been working with Punjab government, Sahu Sahib and now Awan Sahib in the saddle, and we have drafted a 10 years agriculture strategic plan, and the theme of the plan, as Secretary Sahu Sahib has mentioned, is that it has to be private sector led agricultural enterprise which can make future of food security and agricultural raw materials secure in this country. So without going into any further philosophical discussion, I will just try to mention some of the projects which we believe deserve attention of investors and entrepreneurs. For example, why can't water harvesting be outsourced to private sector? Why government has to construct the dams? There could be small dams, medium dams, there could be waterways where the private sector can come in and invest. What we have now is that there are a lot of water projects which have been publicly invested, but it has not translated into actual productivity gain because of non-completion of command area arrangements, or because of still sticking to the old arrangement of gravity irrigation. In Punjab particularly, Awan Sahib ke liye, we are constructing a new canal from Rasool, which is called as Jalalpur Canal, going to Khushab. And that canal, if it is going to be designed on the same pattern as it was done in 1870s or 80s, that water will go from Moga to Hissedaran and Varabandi, then it is actually very poor show. So I think this is an ideal investment opportunity for P&D and the private sector to come up with proposals to invest into high efficiency irrigation, and government can do simple enablement that there will be no moga and varabandi. So anybody wants that water, come and invest into the command area, into on-farm storage, into high efficiency irrigation. Government cannot, but private sector can do that. This is just one example. That kind of examples exist in many other options. For example, federally funded Kutchi Canal has been in place for more than 20 years, and it has yielded nothing because the canal is there, but command area is not designed. And if you want to continue designing command areas on the basis of 80s, 70s, and 80s models, then it has very different output expectations, like stagnating agriculture we already have at hand. My second proposal is that data is the currency. We're discussing in public sector for investment. I am part of a National Center for Big Data or Cloud Computing for last few years, and we're seeing that it is not the government alone which will have the proprietary on data. The data should be made available to the private sector, and let the private sector do the analytics and sell the information. I'm aware of Climate Corporation of America, which used to be owned by Monsanto, and that Climate Corporation of America serves the growers across the continental United States in terms of providing site-specific information, advisory services. They have images available up to the square meter level all across America. And then my next wish list is that what is happening to the farmer is actually farmer becomes a person at the receiving end when the market failures takes place. And Punjab government is conscious of that, and they have tried or attempted to change that difficult situation. There were two major interventions. First was the Punjab cattle marketing companies, and then there was a PAMRA. Both of them were actually arrangements to promote private sector involvement and making marketing system more transparent and facilitative, where both seller and the buyer are given fair chance. Unfortunately, so far, both of those interventions have not yielded the desired results, and I suppose that private sector has not taken, part in it the way it should have done. So there is opportunity for private sector to come into that. Then I have also to just dilate what has been said by our outstanding presentation made by NFL, that's an example of tomato. In our Punjab Strategic Development Plan, we have identified more than 90 such clusters in Punjab. So there are 90 other possibilities sitting on the table, which could be very similar arrangements to what National Food has done for tomato. Obviously, it takes entrepreneurial as well as investment initiatives, but there are clusters like there is a turmeric in Kasur, there is carrot in Manawala, there is eggplant elsewhere, there is a new crop moving very fast, which is garlic, and so on. But as I said, that we have a list of 90 such options available. Mechanization is being talked about, seed and mechanization, and seed all over the world is actually led by the private corporates. So in Pakistan, since the enactment in 1976 of what is that, Seed Act of 1976, it was initially public sector domain, but private sector has come forward very, convincingly, and we have outstanding examples of allowing MNCs, particularly in the case of hybrid seed of maize. Now the rice is moving on the same trajectory, and we know the fodder seeds, edible oil seed, vegetable seeds, most of them are imported, and that import substitution is close to 100 billion rupees a year, and private sector has a space to invest into that. What is required is, as Secretary Agriculture mentioned, that collaboration between public and private sector the breeders and the scientists in the public sector must make those inventions and the findings available to the private sector and let the private sector upscale it and make money out of that. That is the case with not only with seed but also in case of mechanization. You can import tractors. How long you will continue to importing? But even if you continue importing tractors, there's great opportunity for reverse engineering of implements. We have been pushing a case for bed planting of crops, which is simply reverse engineering of very fine drill machines which were once imported, and then our engineers have done some design modifications, and they are locally manufactured, much cheaper than the imported machines, and they are serving the same purpose. So it is a case for manufacturers, small machinery manufacturing or medium-sized machinery manufacturing operations, which do exist in places like Daska, Mianchanu, Hafizabad, Khanpur, and so on. But that sector needs hand-holding. They need hand-holding in terms of providing them testing services, in terms of providing them more precision in design, and in terms of course, marketing. And if the government has incentives, those incentives should be also made available to them. To conclude this, actually, deconstruction, the term used by Abrar Saab, that you have value addition at the end of everything. So deconstruct it backwards, and there are so many SMEs coming out of that. Those SMEs can be integrated into a big business, and tomato case is obviously an outstanding example. I believe that today's sitting will create more networks, and we will continue to deliberate the options that exist for all of us. Thank you very much.
I will invite Ms. Naz Khan from IFC. I'm so sorry, ma'am. I was negligent, wasn't able to introduce you before. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? All right. All right. Great. Thank you so much, Afaq Saab, and Assalamu alaikum everyone. And it's a real pleasure to be here. I've been listening to the conversations, and it's just quite incredible, the wealth of information and knowledge that's available. And you still wonder why the agri sector is where it is. But when we talk about when we're talking about salvaging the Pakistan economy, why does this agri side, why is it so important? And I'm just going to quote some figures from a World Bank report, but we all know from an IFC perspective, for us this is a critical sector. And number one, because it's essential for our food security. At our current population growth rate, we are going to be hitting 400 million people by 2050. That's a lot of people. So essential for food security. From a development impact, I mean, this is this sector is most widely integrated into the mainstream Pakistan economy. While it's only 23% of the GDP, but over 75% of your exports are related to agri output. So, I mean, it's critical from a development impact. Number three, 40% of Pakistan's labor force is engaged in the agri sector. 2 out of 3 women employed are actually in the agri-food sector, and 61% of our population resides here. So anything that you do to uplift this sector has an incredible, impact for the country. So there's clearly huge potential to make a difference and to perform, but we also know that this sector punches well below its weight despite receiving generous subsidies and guaranteed prices as well, and there were reasons that you pointed out as well. According to a World Bank report, approximately $2.2 to $2.7 billion of public finance can actually be freed up, which is used in poorly targeted subsidy or other, wasteful expenses. And up to $700 million per year you can add by increased fruit and vegetable production. So clearly the numbers here, and I'm not even talking about import substitution, etc. The numbers are quite staggering. The other reason why this becomes so important for our economy is not just about unleashing the potential here, but also what if we don't move from where we are today? Will it be status quo? No, it's not going to be status quo, because we will risk losing what we have even today. Firstly, our use of natural resources is beyond what is sustainable. Climate change, it is projected that it will decrease yields on some crops by 14 to 50%. Our demand for irrigation water, and we already know 93% of the water that's used in the country is related to agri. We're already a water-stressed country, but our demand for irrigation water is expected to increase by 10 to 25 billion cubic meters. I mean, this is huge. So, for all these reasons and more, agri-food sector starts becoming very important for IFC. But the challenge for us really is, how do we scale up private sector investment here? What are the hurdles for large-scale private sector investment in agri, and how can those be removed whilst keeping the playing field fair and equitable? That's really important as well. So, and so let me just leave that thought there for a moment. It's not just the quantity which is important to us as IFG, it's also the quality of the development, right? IFC has partnered, previously within the sugar industry with players like Almoi's, where we've actually worked in a 3-year project. We've helped increase yields from 45 tons per hectare to 60 tons per hectare, reduced water consumption by about 30%, managed to get the first sucrose certification in Pakistan, which is why we work with Nestle on their livestock supply chain. Actually worked with dairy farming practices, helped set up their dairy competence center, and in the end, milk yields or milk quality improved by 67%. We've also focused on developing infrastructure that aims to make modern warehousing technology available to all agri-value commodity chain players through the electronic warehousing regime, receipt regime. The other ways that IFC really works across the globe also in agriculture is blended finance, which means being able to get concessional financing. There are many projects that you will see which will be on the verge of commercial viability. So it helps to get some concessional financing where you can help tide over and provide support to the project, at least in the initial years, so that you can make it a more sustainable investment later on. But coming back to how do we get the private sector more involved, I think there are 2 key shifts that are required here. Number one, as we've said, we need to be less government-led and just private sector-led, because we have seen, as even Abrar pointed out from National Foods, the involvement of the private sector is so critical because the government has limited resources. The government, together with the smaller farm holders or the smaller farmers, will be unable to move urgently and in a manner which can actually shift the needle significantly. What the private sector players bring to the table is that they have the ability to move quickly, they have the resources to invest, As Abrar pointed out, they have the ability to take risks, they have the capacity to bring in knowledge and expertise as well as JV partners, they have the ability to attract talent, and they have the capability to get market access. These are all, we've seen in recent years, in the recent year with the SIFC coming in, so we need the government to remain there, but as an enabler. As they come in and they provide the support that is necessary, like Afaq Saab pointed out also, you can help on the infrastructure side, help provide, reliable access to land, etc. So those are the important things, help on the regulatory side, performance standards, enforcement, etc. So that's the first shift that's critical. The second shift that's critical is that we need to move away from this subsistence level farming to actually just focusing on being export oriented in the agri sector. And the minute you start thinking export, you have to be competitive. And if you will have to be competitive, you will start thinking about agri productivity, which means your water productivity, your agri output per worker. You need to start addressing all these issues. So this will drive investment in seeds, in mechanization, in warehousing, in agri-logistics. So if we could do these two key shifts and encourage them, this is what will bring in large-scale investment. This is what will bring in innovation and productivity within this sector. I think I have to point out that sometimes in your darkest hours is where you actually really start thinking. As we went through COVID and post that, as Pakistan went through an economic crisis last year as well, we saw people beginning to think that they need to rethink their business models. We saw supply chains disrupted. We saw you couldn't open LCs, energy prices were increased, the rupee depreciated significantly, and the realization came first within the private sector that we need to rethink our business models. Business will not be done the way it was done before. Number two, the supply chains need to be indigenized. Number three, we need to be in businesses where the input is in rupees, but the output is in dollars. And this is where the agri space fits in really, really well. I think in conclusion, I'd like to say we're seeing a lot of private sector now looking at this space very actively with the focus that the SIFC has brought in here as well. I think this conversation has been put on the table, and it's a very important conversation. We're at a juncture right now where we can actually start moving. You're starting to see optimism and hope in this side. As IFC, this is a critical area for us. We look forward to continuing to support this and in whatever way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for your discourse. Now I'll invite Mr. Engro from XAG China to make his presentation. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much. It's okay. Thank you very much for inviting me. My name is Amru. And today my topic is promoting integrated digital solution for agri-future from SAG. And this is the first time I've been in Pakistan. And since we are in China, we've been hearing about the brotherhoods between Pakistan and China. We're very proud of it. And when I come here, that we're seeing a lot of like agriculture, especially in Punjab, we're seeing agriculture here have a lot of huge potentials. And I've been traveling around 30 countries for looking about agriculture condition, seeing from rice, maize, sugarcane, all these agricultural crops. We believe that in SAG solutions in Pakistan, it could be something. There's a lot of challenges we are facing right now in the global market. The challenge is that is something that we cannot deny, that we have a lot of agricultural food security issues that mentioned with several experts in here, around 70% more until the 2050s. The background is like we have a huge about the urban population is increasing and also decreasing for rural population it will cause a lot of huge problem about the decreasing working force. That's why the efficiency agricultural solution is highly needed for most of the developed countries. In China, smart agriculture actually is a big topic, and that we've been passing for the past 10 years. We see a lot of changing actually. So what actually right now in the agriculture nowadays in China been using it for advancing agriculture efficiency. Okay. We are talking about agriculture. We can picture about tractors, spraying, fertilizing, but in the nowadays that most of the pesticides, agricultural machinery and management will be done by unmanned devices, like spraying, pesticides and fertilizer spreading is almost done by drones nowadays. And also then even can do snowing. And also most of the surveying by manual is done by surveying drones in China. And also most of the unmanned devices for fertilizing or spraying on ground visions is done by UGV. And also tractors can be autopilot with affordable technologies for auto steering system. And actually that most of the agricultural technologies informations can be collected by the IoT system. And also we have our irrigation system can shortage around 65% for the labor efficiencies and reduce. And also we're using about smart agriculture management system. This is technologies that we are being using it in the past 10 years in China for smart agriculture. A brief introduction about SAG that we are coming from China. So, we are one of the leading company for agricultural technologies and AI in agriculture sectors. And we've been stepped into more than 57 countries and regions. We have 1,500 employees and 50%, like around 800 employees are only for R&D to providing advancing agriculture technologies. And our vision is to providing sustainable and food security programs for the next 100 years. And very friendly and very big impression of Pakistan to me that is about cotton. And the cotton of China is based on the west of China, Xinjiang. And this is how the very beginning of the agriculture technology is starting with. SAG is the company that growing from cotton. And as an job interview in SAG, if our R&D engineer, you are not willing to go to the field, that you are not qualified to job working in SAG. So most of the time, we will expect that technology should be under the ground. Then nowadays, that back to 2012 and 2013, the very beginning time about agriculture drone technology is developed. On that time, the drone is very inefficiency, very expensive. So most of the people doesn't believe such technologies. But from our view that these technologies are going to be leading. And SAG is the first one who have over 800 people for service providing around the world. And also that we have the biggest service teams, and we are also the first end user of our own product. After also several years, we developed our technologies that we've been served most of the age of the farmers. In China, the users of agricultural drone technologies can starting from 80 years old until 82 years old, 20 years old to 82 years old. The biggest users in China is 82 years old female pilot. This is nowadays in Vietnam, how to utilize the advancing agricultural drones up to 50 liters. And also the transportation limited about everything, efficiency, about workforce, performers, everything. But nowadays that Vietnam and Thailand are the most advancing agricultural drone utilized countries in Asia. And smart agriculture actually is a big role because we don't believe that if you put a bunch of the sensors, equipment in the field that calling smart agriculture. This is absolutely not a smart agriculture. It's a very long journey to become smart and to officially efficiency, and actually most of things they're starting with the drones. Smart agriculture drone as the key to open the world. And thus we need a lot of infrastructure can be ready until that we have the data enough to make decision and that to push the drones, vehicle, tractors to execute as we thought, as we planned. This is a very long journey and that we planned that in Pakistan as well. Okay. SAG, we have 1,500. The average of our employee around 27, 28. So we think that drone, like agriculture, is supposed to be easy like a game, special unmanned agriculture. So what SAG tried to provide it, we would like to build a system that is supposed to be attractive and profitable for the agriculture in this generation and next generation and also for further. Because we realize that the current farmers, they still the same group of the people before 20 years ago. They're still now working on the traditional way. But what after 20 years, after 10 years, who is going to be next? This is a very important question. So we're going to need more efficient equipment and solution to replace on. Today that we're located in Pakistan, we're very proud of it. We've been stepped into 57 countries and regions. We partnered with Akram in Pakistan. And SAG solution, we passed most of the international standards, and like Americans, Australia, Europe, and UK. SAG agricultural drones has been passed most of the international regulation standards. This is very important for localize such such technologies. A technology is supposed to have a manufacturers from the national, for the farmers. SAG has also managed about social impact. For agricultural drones, I think a lot of people here be knowing that drones can save about 90% about the water consumption, and even save around 30% about the pesticides and fertilizers consumption. The drones nowadays, not only for spraying, but they can do snowing, mapping, fertilizing, even for shipping. The latest drone that we have in China is up to 70 liters, representing the largest agricultural drones in the world, and with the fastest speeds, more than 30.8 meters per second. And so far that we have the pilot that trained by SAG Academy, more than 140,000 of the people around the world, and that we have unmanned devices around the world, more than 130,000 robotic, and we serve more than 115 millions of hectares around the world. The ecosystem is very important to the societies. What digital solutions, what digital is providing is the giving most efficiency solutions and lower the cost and make intelligent decisions. We have our projects to run out for the rice. This is our SSAG super farms. After our all technology we utilized for the same project, we found increased more than 40% about the production and save about 12% about the total cost. And this is cotton. That we run the project that in around 200 hectares cotton. In traditional way, they will need at least 30 people. But in SAG solution, you need 2 young men. This is very important. that we save around 65% about the labor cost. And also with the total solution, SAG smart irrigation system, we even achieved that 47% about the water electricity consumption and nearly 30% about the pesticides and fertilizing, and increased 50% about the cotton. And that this is the very first beginning projects we still have going on. This is very important for us that how there's many small farm holders and joint farms in Pakistan. Because most of the time that this is the key users. We have a lot of cases, a lot of successful cases. This is in China, Jiangsu, for wheat and rice farm. It's a family farm. Drone has become a necessary equipment out there. Also in South of Korea. And drones is becoming very important key to manage around 30 hectares farm for most of the farm in South Korea as well. This is also South Korea. Also in Vietnam, this is one of the biggest farmers we have, 500 hectares. They only have managed around few drones, can take care of it. And the drone pilot's only 80 years old. So nowadays, that the past 10 years, that how these businesses get changes from the beginning until the right now. That before 10 years ago, only around 3,000 drones are selling in a year for China market. Until the 2017, which is 5 or 7 years past, that already reached 20,000. Then nowadays, the yearly sale of agricultural drone is 100,000. But the most important thing, that job opportunity for young generations can be passed from the drone pilot until chemical dealers and also agricultural machinery dealers, providing total agricultural solution. This is most important thing, that we provide more opportunity, more possibilities for the young generation, even for farmers. In China, there's a saying that if you don't know anything, you can become farmer. But now, in the nowadays, if you don't know anything, you can't even be a farmer. Okay. So smart agriculture is a very big topic, cannot be finished like 10 minutes. I really expect that we can explore the smart agriculture in Pakistan. We have a lot of successful cases. The first female Cambodia drone pilot, and very successful with his career, and also having more than 900 hectares of farmland nearby. And this is Australia, starting from drone pilot and until become a professional entrepreneur for solution provider. And we think a lot how we can change with technologies into agri-future of Pakistan. We believe that this is going to be the future technologies for Pakistan at all. We expect that we can work together, and we expect everything can be work well and smoothly. Thank you very much. This is SAG. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Amro. I will now invite Mr. Nabil Awan, Chairman, Planning and Development, Punjab. Thank you, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, I would start with expressing my gratitude and thanks to Pakistan Agricultural Coalition, Sir Arif, the organizers of this expo and conference, for giving me this opportunity and honor to be here to learn from many other colleagues and to express my views. I will attempt to provide some insight into the government's perspective on how it has been looking at and how it has been dealing with various issues in the agriculture sector. For the fundamental question, if the agriculture sector can help the economy of Pakistan, I think there are no two opinions on this. And if at all there had been some confusion prevailing in 1970s or 80s that we should go to industrialization first and agriculture, which has been the vocation and practice of people living in this area for the last thousands of years, agriculture will take care of itself. I believe that discussion is over now. And there is realization in every part of society, civil society, industry, and government for sure, that unless we revamp, overhaul, and kind of make our agriculture vibrant and thriving, Pakistan's industry cannot be taken care of in the short or medium term. Regarding the imports and exports, the figures say, and I believe since morning you would have heard these figures many times, but I'll just cite a couple of them. For taking care of the imbalance between our imports and exports, it is very obvious that the current import bill for our essential commodities for our country, which we claim to be agricultural since hundreds of years, it has crossed $10 billion. We can't grow even wheat, which is our primary staple, to our requirement and need. Edible oil imports are $5 billion, and we import pulses for about $100 billion a year. And on the other hand, 70% of Pakistan's exports are completely or partially based on agricultural outputs. So these 2-3 figures and facts clearly show the scope and potential of agriculture as a sector in kind of removing or correcting the imbalance between our imports and exports. Now moving on, first of all, I must compliment the organizers of this expo. And once again, I would express my gratitude for inviting me over here, because it was indeed heartening and heartwarming to see how corporate sector and other players, local, international, multinational, they are entering into the field of agriculture. This is something new. Maybe it has been going on for the last couple of years, of course, but this is a new trend in the age of this country. It is very welcome, and I'm sure that it will go a long way in improving the state of our on-farm agriculture and the agricultural markets and the financing system of agriculture. One of the examples that I would like to give in this respect is that awakening of private sector over the last decade or so in the agriculture sector, and particularly like the CEO of National Foods, he told us that in the aftermath of COVID-19, it was a new awakening in the corporate sector, and they kind of re-examined, re-evaluated their value chains and came up with solutions which have brought benefit not only to the company but also to the farmers, producers, consumers, and above all, the economy of the country. This is very, very welcome. One example that I would like to give is that how this system will jumpstart and trigger start, inshallah, in the future, that in the livestock sector, I believe the only thing public sector did, and it was not hardcore public sector for that matter, the only thing it did was that PIA brought PIA shaver, the grandparent bird, in late 70s in Pakistan. It was for their own poultry farms, which they ran for their poultry to be served in their planes. And introduction of that grandparent, it changed the whole landscape of poultry industry in 10, 15, 20 years. Now the poultry sector is totally independent, and perhaps it is one of the most vibrant, thriving, and profitable sectors. It provides protein to Pakistan, and it also exports. So one interaction, one step in right direction at some point of time, it has the potential of changing the whole outlook of a sector. And what I have seen in the next hall, I can see the harbingers of this change in the agriculture sector of Pakistan. It is very, very welcome, and I would like to state and emphasize that in whatever capacity the government's cooperation, enabling environment, or assistance is required, it's there. With the new elected government in place, I can assure you that agriculture sector is a big, big priority of the government. I believe Secretary Agriculture, he addressed the House this morning, and he might have informed the House that for the next 1.5 years, the government has approved a package of interventions in agriculture sector of worth 100 billion rupees. I would also like to admit that government at times invests not in the best manner or where it is optimally beneficial. Rivana Saab said that government doled out tens of billions of rupees in coupons which were placed in the fertilizer bags. There was pilferage, the farmer got a part of it. He must be right, he is a very experienced farmer. But whether this intervention was right or not, it is again a debate. We are always any kind of advice or guidance to us as to where investment is required on part of government in agriculture sector. I assure you, on behalf of the government, on behalf of Planning and Development Board, and on behalf of Agriculture Department, that any advice and guidance in this respect is more than welcome. So please do, and please guide us whenever there is an idea for our discussion and deliberation. Inshallah, we will convince the Cabinet and Chief Minister regarding the efficacy and applicability of those ideas. We certainly need assistance in determining and identifying where to make best investments in the agriculture sector. One of the biggest challenges in agriculture sector, there is thinking in governments, and I also subscribe to that thinking, is jump starting of medium-sized farmers. The large farmers can take care of themselves. The small farmer maybe is not in a position to stand on his own feet to modernize and to mechanize and to take other expensive capital-intensive measures. But the medium-sized farmer, I believe, is an area where we should focus as a matter of policy to kind of motivate him, to help him, to handhold him, so that he uses the best practices and increases the productivity. And out of the total number of farmers in our country, it is this medium-sized farmer which is the largest number. So we would also welcome any suggestions, any piece of advice or guidance as to how can we make a policy or intervention to motivate these farmers to use these practices. Regarding the regulation, Rivana Saab mentioned this, out of the whole array of farm outputs, it is the wheat which government regulates the most. Otherwise, we have stopped kind of purchasing or fixing the prices of agricultural outputs. Other than we try to fix prices of vegetables, fruits in the market, and that intervention is only partially successful. But government traditionally and historically, irrespective of political background, the government views that marginal control, marginal regulation quite beneficial to the consumer on the street. So that is why government keeps on doing it. But biggest intervention that the government makes with hundreds of billions of rupees every year is wheat market. And we procure wheat traditionally about 3 to 4.5 million tons. This year, a fundamental change is taking place. Last year, government of Punjab was traditionally going to get embroiled in a debt cycle just like the power sector in Islamabad. The total debt that government of Punjab had incurred over the last few years along with the interest was 850 billion rupees. And for the first time in history, the government of Punjab paid off 600 billion rupees of debt to the commercial banks. This year, the government is trying and attempting to persuade farmers and farmer associations that maybe we will not be able to purchase this much wheat. There's a lot of pressure, political pressure, administrative pressure on the government as we speak. The farmer associations have announced province-wise protest on 29th. So government is trying to negotiate with them, engage with them, and is trying to purchase minimal amount of wheat. And if at all we have to purchase, we'll purchase it only from small farmers. So the points that I want to make is that government has this realization and we are trying to move away from the market. And gradually we will move away from the market. Wheat is the best example at hand at the moment. You also mentioned that in certain areas or sub-sectors of agriculture sector, government needs to handhold the manufacturers, the input providers, the traders, the financing institutions. Particularly you said it in respect of mechanization and manufacturers of implements. I believe, sir, government over the last many decades has realized now that we have not been able to do certain things, like these technological interventions, introduction of modern technology, mechanization, despite our best effort, and not only in agriculture sector, in health sector, in livestock sector, in many other sectors, in industry sector, we have not been able to deliver what our mandate used to be about 50, 60 years ago. We are passing through a stage and phase where government is kind of rethinking its role as to what we should do. We are moving towards now regulation, towards creating enabling environments, hand-holding at appropriate places in sub-sectors of a sector, and we are increasingly having this realization increasing every year. And I think when it comes to government, the private sector is doing its job, and it's a great job. And you have all our support and best wishes, and any other facilitation that the government can provide in this respect. But in agriculture sector, we should also hold a debate as to how do you, the big market players and experts and practitioners, how do you think that government should rethink its role in the agriculture sector? We are passing through a transformative phase, and any input and any guidance or advice in this respect would be very useful for us. What we should do, where we should do it, and what we should not do. So there are these fundamental questions, and we try to find their answers, and we try to move forward, and then we make mistakes as well. So I think it could be a subject of a great, very useful and productive debate for us and for all of you if we can reshape and remodel the role of government in these times when private sector has gotten up, it is making interventions, and we are moving forward. So with these words, I would conclude my remarks. My gratitude again to the organizers of this conference, and it was great being here, and it has been, as I said, a heartwarming and eye-opening and a very pleasant experience. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, all the participants, and this session is now concluded. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists and Tivana Saab. So we have some exciting news for everybody already on day one of this event. HBL and Agri-Lift have formally entered into a partnership in line with HBL's vision of digital transformation of agriculture financing. The signing ceremony for it is happening right now at the media wall right outside behind this partition. And with that great news, we're also going to break for lunch. So please go and congratulate them. Lunch is also being served in the same area. We will be hoping to see you back here by 2:30. Thank you. Congratulations to HBL and Agri-Lift. Hello everyone. I hope you guys had a great lunch. We will be beginning shortly with a great presentation with the Nishat Group. So if everybody can please come on in and have a seat. May I request everybody that is still in the lunch area to please make your way back towards the hall? Thank you. Okay, Ji, we are going to begin. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Now, we all keep hearing that our livestock sector accounts for more than 60% of our agricultural GDP. But we rarely get to see anything scintillating from this huge sector of our economy. Well, we've arranged that for you today. So please join me in welcoming the Nishat team, which will tell you about their amazing achievements of doing dairy right from the farm to your table. Please welcome Hustam Jalal from Nishat Dairy and Ibad Khalid from Nishat Sutash.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. I think I'm audible. So, yeah. So a very warm welcome. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope that you had a good lunch. So, what we are going to present over here is actually our journey into dairy business. But before that, it's very important to make you understand what Nishat is actually in. So Nishat is a big conglomerate. It's a company which has investments in finance sector, in textile, in cement, in properties, in insurance. So when I talk about all these sectors, you can have an idea that we are by core industrialists. Now from that perspective, looking into the factor that Pakistan is an agricultural land, what the idea there was to do something for it, and this dairy farming, the part of dairy thing came in. And the way we want to do it is the Nishat way. So we decided to go in with the methodology and the technology. We decided to have all these things within our sector, ensuring the fact that these are the things which are actually missed out of this sector. And I can assure you one fact, and we claim it very clearly, Nishat Dairy is the only vertical integration starting from the growing of the fodder till packing of the milk. So we are that good. And for that, I'll be asking Hustam Jalal, our GM operations from Nishat Dairy, to make you through the journey we have done so far.
Thank you, Ibad, for the introduction. So, Nishat's journey in the farming industry started back in 2013 when we milked our first cow in the year 2013. Then going forward in the year 2015, we integrated backwards and started the large-scale agriculture farming. Then moving forward in 2018, we signed a joint venture agreement with the Turkish firm Sutash to set up a world-class milk processing facility in Pakistan. In 2021, we launched our brand Milk Fields, and in 2023, our factory operations started. So on our dairy farm, we house about 7,100 total animals. And our adult herd, which consists of milking animals, is almost 50% of the total herd. Then we have 3,600 young calves and heifers. The breed we carry on the farm is Holstein Friesian. And our annual milk production for this year will be 40 million liters. Initially, we imported animals from Australia and Netherlands, but our last import was back in 2015. And since then, we have been breeding and raising our replacement animals on the farm. And for the past 2 years, we have been supplying very high quality animals to the local farmers as well, which is substituting the import of animals to some extent as well. So that's an aerial view of our dairy facility. On the right, we have the milking animal facility. On the front, you can see that's our feeding facility, and on the back of the feeding facility, we have the young animals, the growing and the calves animal facility. So we use a lot of high-tech technologies on our dairy facility to optimize the efficiencies. Some of the technologies we use are the automated milking systems, the herd management systems, and then we have the feed mixers, which we use to do the precision feeding for our animals. So I'll show you some pictures of the technologies and which we use on the farm. On the upper left corner, you can see our milking facility. This is our double 50 rapid exit milking parlor. So we can milk 100 animals at the same time in our milking station. On the upper right, you can see the feed mixing and the delivery vehicle. On the below left corner, you can see the feed mixers, and then we have the grain storage silos on the farm as well. So animal welfare, the comfort of the animal is our #1 priority, because happy cows make better milk. So we, on an average, we produce about 110,000 liters of milk on daily basis. We have a very professional and very well-trained veterinary team on the farm. We have a very rigorous vaccination program to make sure that our animals on the farm remain healthy. Then moving forward, here are some of the pictures you can see from the farm. On the bottom, you can see my daughter playing with the cows. So from the dairy, we are moving now to the fields, what we do in the fields. Like I told you earlier, that in 2015 we started the large-scale agriculture farming with the prime focus to produce the high-quality forage for our cows. So we own about 1,000 acres of land where we grow a variety of crops. Our main crops are the maize we grow for the silage, then the alfalfa, wheat, and the rice. We used to import a lot of alfalfa hay from outside, but now all of our requirement we grow in-house, and in the past we have exported our hay as well. So these are some of the pictures of our crops you can see. The one on the left is alfalfa, wheat, and maize. So we, like I showed you guys, that we use a lot of high-tech machines on the dairy farm, but we also use a lot of high-tech machines on the agriculture farms as well. For example, the GPS-guided tractors for precision planting, fertigation, and pest control. And then we have also employed large-scale pivot irrigation systems as well. So here you can see different machines working in the field. All these pictures are from our farms. So you can see the mower, the forage harvester, the precision corn planter, and then the hay baler. So our focus on the sustainable farming. We have been doing a lot for the sustainable farming, like we have a 2-megawatt solar plant installed on our dairy facility. We have recently been shifting our focus towards regenerative agriculture as well, and we are moving slowly away from the conventional farming methods. We have been slowly moving away from the tillage to no tillage or minimal tillage as well. We do a diverse crop rotation for the soil health. And the manure from our dairy, 100% of the manure from our dairy is first composted and then spread on the fields. So we don't waste even like a 1 kilo of manure. Everything from the dairy goes right into the fields. So from here, I'll show you some pictures. So this is a Google image of our farm. This farm is about 700 acres. You can see all those big circles are the pivots. This is another farm that's about 300 acres, and it's right on the motorway. Some of you might have seen while traveling from Lahore or from Islamabad to Lahore. So these are a few pictures from our farms. That's the pivot systems working. Then that's a picture of our solar plant in the dairy facility. And on the end, you can see that that's how we make compost of our manure, and then we spread it into the fields. So I would like to welcome Ibatsa back on the stage, and he'll shed more light on our processing operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Aslam. Frankly, coming from this idea, what Hastam has showed us, the irrigation thing, and what I will be referring to, very rightly mentioned by Ebrar Saab, that we are not actually maintaining our water levels correctly. And frankly, with this idea of ARC and using the water over there is actually conserving as much as water as we can. So this is the type of technology we are using over there. Now I'll be moving forward with what Nishat Sutas actually means, why this company is there. So when I say vertical integration, you already saw the journey from the farm, from our agriculture to our farm, and now the factory where the milk is processed. So there is a story behind this logo, what you see also over here. So it's not only the fact that we are showing an animal, it's actually a link between Nishat Dairy and Nishat Sutas, showing an overall arc, a pasture. Most probably, yes, if you won't agree to it, but it is, yes, an Australian cow. So this is what we have shown over here, that this is our motive, our idea, that we'll go big and we'll go this way. This is the way we are running things. So moving forward, in Pakistan, frankly, the milk we drink, the people who actually drink milk, when they compare it to other standards, to European, and even I'm going Saudi with Al-Marai and others, you never find the taste over here. And this is the biggest reason, because when you envisage of quality, the quality actually lies in having the right animal, the right feed, and the right processing of it. So this is our idea behind. We'll be ensuring the quality from the very first sign, from growing the crop to what we do with our animals. We are trying our level best to have them the most healthy environment that they need, and then processing that from farm to your table. So this is our idea behind, and frankly, the way we think, we are going to revolutionize the dairy industry in Pakistan. We are going to go big, and we are going to go very different now. So what is actually Nishat Sutas? So Nishat Sutas is a combination of two groups. So Nishat, you already know, a big conglomerate in Pakistan, has collaborated with Sutas. Sutas is a Turkish concern with 40 years of legacy in dairy business. They are really big, and they are really big in all dairy products. So this is what I am mentioning, that we are planning to go different in dairy, because what we eat in dairy right now is nothing more than a Me Too. So this is our plan. We need to go differently in dairy. So what you see on the screens is a combination of these two companies, Sutas and Nishat, their owners. So a basic idea. This is a very simple roadmap from the Nishat Agri towards the dairy, Nishat Dairy Farms, towards the world-class Sutas expertise into dairy product, and this is what we are going to deliver to you. And as we have said in our initial presentation, that the factory is up and running. So this is a factory established in Fedmix Saiyanwala, is up and running from last quarter of 2023, and inshallah this is what we are planning to go big now. Our range of all products, and as Ibrar Saab has said, we have a very low knowledge I would be saying regarding the industry, frankly, these products are clean label. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be handing over to Mr. Zishan for continuation of our insurance portion.
Assalamu alaikum ji. We, Adamji Insurance Company, this is our history, starting from 1960 when the company was established. And in 1983, Adamji Insurance has started the livestock insurance in Pakistan. So in 2016, we also started the Takaful, and some of our main products, fire and property, engineering, health, marine, motor and miscellaneous. This is our presence throughout the Pakistan and UAE. Here are some of our accomplishments. So the main, our core topic is agriculture. All the things has been discussed or will be discussed in this conference. Obviously need a backup for sustainability, and that is the insurance. Agriculture is the most important with respect to food. Food in terms of crops or in terms of animals raising, all vital for the survival of mankind. In Pakistan, agriculture contributes about 23% in GDP and generate 37% of employment, while livestock is about 63% of the agriculture. So insurance is simply a risk transfer mechanism. Either it's a agriculture insurance or other, so it's simply a risk transfer mechanism. What role agriculture insurance play? Agriculture insurance provides financial protection to farmers against various perils, particularly natural calamities. Agriculture insurance also promote the stability, resilience and access to credit for the agriculture farmers. So there are some main types of agriculture insurance. The most important is the crop insurance. In crop insurance, the losses due to natural events like flood, hailstorm, drought, heat wave, frosting, viral diseases or pest attacks. It compensates the farmers against inputs, yield or revenue losses. The second most important is the livestock insurance. Livestock insurance safeguards the farmers from the losses of the animals due to diseases or accidents. Then is the revenue protection. Revenue protection shields the farmers in the rate fluctuations, markets, commodity rate fluctuations को safeguard कर. Then property insurance. The property insurance deals with the equipments used in the agriculture. Tractor insurance, which also known as the backbone of the agriculture operations. Then agriculture insurance also governed by the government protection. Government provides subsidies to the agriculture insurance for the sustainability of the farmers. Then there is the livestock insurance. Livestock insurance is also important because of risk management, livestock protection, livestock property protection, farms protection, and rural livelihood supporting. So we Adamji Insurance are here just to discuss the role of Adamji in sustainability of agriculture in Pakistan. Under the crop insurance, we have covered about 1.8 million of the borrowers and paid about 3.3 billion of the claims under crop loan insurance. If you recall the floods of 2010 and 11, particularly in Multan and Muzaffargarh areas, after the claim payment, when borrower visits the branch, Agri Lending Bank's branch, तो वो सबसे पहले ये पूछता था क्या इसकी इंश्योरेंस बनाई है. So, insurance of crop and livestock, both are most important in sustainability of agriculture. Under livestock insurance, we have covered about 1 million of the animals and paid 2 billion rupees in terms of claim. In Pakistan, there is a government subsidized scheme known as the crop loan insurance. Under the crop loan insurance, 5 major crops are insured to be covered. Those are the cash crops. This is the season-based diagram. Under the crop loan insurance, natural calamities are covered, and the claim triggers after the calamity notification issued by the respective or competent government authorities. There are many challenges and flaws in this scheme, and other insurance products are also in the market, but as a part of Adamji, now we are introducing the crop input cost insurance. In start, 6 crops will be covered like wheat, maize, sugarcane, cotton, rice, and potato. The key benefits, there is no calamity notification for claim trigger. The expenses occurred on a crop will be reimbursed in case of claim. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Nishat, for that wonderful presentation. You ready? Continuing with the livestock theme this afternoon, I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Mehboob Ilahi, who is the Manager for Sustainable Agriculture at Nestle Pakistan, who will moderate our next session on taking livestock to the next level. He will be joined by Mr. Olivier Durand, who heads the World Bank's agriculture portfolio in Pakistan. Mr. Jameel Maiman, he will join us on video. He is the CEO of Sindh Livestock and Dairy Farm and one of Pakistan's finest individual dairy farmers. Followed by Mr. Anis Rahim. He is the head of customer experience at HBL Asset Management, and Secretary Livestock Punjab, Mr. Masood Anwar. If you guys can please join us on the stage, moderated again by Mr. Mehboob Ilahi.
So thank you very much, Ji. When we talk about livestock, we talk about both dairy and the beef, which is the topic of the day, in fact. And when we look at livestock, there has been tremendous change and tremendous progress over the last couple of decades. I can recall myself and also from seniors' experience. We had cows with 2 liters a day average, 3 liters a day average, and now we speak about 35, 34 liters a day average for the whole year or for the whole lactation. So this is the tremendous change over the last couple of years. And now today we have started speaking about its sustainability, where we speak about as we have been benefiting from the dairy and crops today, our next generation should be benefiting in the same way. So for that, we have to work on its water footprints. We have to judicially use the water for our dairy and for our crops. I will briefly introduce Nestle work, then I will pass on to the friends over stage. So we are currently having focus on regenerative agriculture and sustainability of livestock. What we are doing as taking some learnings from Nishat, we are working with our farmers in our value chain the same way. We are helping our farmers, in fact, subsidizing our farmers in renewable energy, installing solar systems, also moving slurry management through biogas digesters. We are subsidizing up to 50% of their cost and technically guiding them through renowned consultants. Similarly, helping farmers through subsidies in import of high yield cows. And then ultimately the regenerative agriculture is the biggest agenda for us in future. So we want to reduce the crop footprints along with the livestock footprints or footprint of per liter of milk produced. So in this way, we have to work beyond the cows, outside the boundaries of a dairy farm, on the crops, how we can move on to minimum tillage, how we can increase the crop residues in the soil, avoiding burning, adding more manures, increasing biodiversity. So we have complete roadmaps and commitments for 2025, 2030, and moving towards net zero by 2050. So, but with that, I will move on to the Secretary Livestock, Mr. Masood Anwar, so to narrate the vision of Punjab government, how they are working on it.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for being here. It's really a pleasure and honor to be here. If we look at the livestock, much is talked about its potential, which is 60% of the agriculture and contributing approximately 13% to the national GDP. But if we look at the rearing side of the cattle, we see that normally people who are associated with this business are those who are landless farmers. You will be astonished to hear that 84% of the livestock which is kept by the people, they keep 1 to 4 animals. And 6 to 7% cattle which is kept by the people, which is approximately the herd side is 6 to 10. So approximately 90% of the cattle or the people associated with this business are those who are keeping cattle from 1 to 10. And the feeding practices are very, very normative kind. They don't introduce the feed which is required for the right kind of the cattle. Say for dairy product, then it has to have a special kind of a feed. And for the meat purpose, normally cattle in the livestock sector is not kept for the meat purposes. The only market which drives in terms of meat is our Eid production. So the people who are mostly associated with the meat production livestock, they rear the animal for eat purpose, and for normal market, it's not competitive enough. And what to talk of exporting the meat from Pakistan. The basic reason of not developing the beef breeds in Pakistan is the attitude of the people, or the kind of association of the people's business, people's association with this business is that they keep the cattle for the purpose of dairy purpose. They utilize the milk for their family, and the remaining milk is sold for just their daily expenses, bearing the daily expenses. So it's not a kind of a activity which could generate beef breeds in Pakistan. First of all, we have to have a special kind of beef breeds to be developed or propagated in Punjab in order to develop or exploit the full potential in terms of beef. Dairy is being focused, but for the last many years, beef is ignored. If you look in the international market, the potential which is available in terms of exporting meat to the other countries is the meat or the beef, not the milk as compared to livestock products. So first, we need to rethink ourselves in terms of what cattle we need to keep and how we can introduce the new breeds in order to make the people aware so that they could exploit the full potential of the cattle being kept by them. Once we develop the beef breeds, we need to have the special feeds also available throughout the year. Pakistan's environment, especially Punjab's environment, is such that 4 months are the lean periods where no fodder is available. The extreme harsh winter and extreme harsh summer. So in 2 months of summer and 2 months of winter, no fodder is available. So we need to switch to other kind of fodder availability, say the silage. Silage, although is being propagated nowadays, it's an activity which is triggering, but the way it has to be adopted by the people, that is not so in the market. So still we are facing acute shortage of feed for the cattle during lean periods. Third one is the disease control. Once we were not in the international market, we were not that focused about disease control, but since we have to have compliant to the international standards, we need to be adopting certain measures which could help us in meeting the international standards. Disease control is one of the important aspects for which our exports are restricted. In that regard, there are two other important aspects also which need to be addressed. One is the traceability of the animal, and the second one is our bilateral agreements with the exporting countries. Although we don't have that restrictions for exporting our meat or dairy products to the Middle East or the Central Asian countries, but those are not the market which could give us the true price of our meat or dairy products. The best markets which is now available in the form of China, because China is opening up, and you would be happy to hear that first of the farm which has been recognized by China customs agencies is located in Punjab, and that has been approved for dairy and dairy products export purposes. We need to have similar kind of bilateral agreements with other countries also. And so far we don't have even bilateral agreement with China for meat export purposes. So unless there are agreements or bilateral arrangements, we cannot find the new avenues of export. So far we are focusing only to the Middle Eastern countries or the Central Asian countries. For that purpose, our Animal Husbandry Commissioner need to collaborate with the counterpart departments and the countries in order to open up the markets for export of meat from Pakistan. Unless we do have the pull factor, which is which can be provided through export of the meat or the dairy products, we cannot exploit full potential of the livestock in Punjab or in Pakistan, because it is cost intensive kind of an activity. It requires investment, upfront investment and regular investment in terms of management and feeding cost. These are the two expenses which, unless corporate sector or financial institution come in and provide support in terms of finances to the farmers, this activity cannot be activated. My next point is that unless we do have a traceability system, we cannot export to the countries which have some stringent policies or regulations. China is, although at stage 3, Pakistan is also at stage, Pakistan is in terms of FMD control is at stage 2 and China is at stage 3. But still we are finding it very difficult to make them aware that Pakistan's meat or dairy products are safe to be exported. Their requirements are such that we need to have disease-free certification, its traceability and assurance from the government institutions that wherever the animal is coming from, it is disease-free and it is compliant to international standards. And the first farm, which was established a few months back in Sheikhupura, was developed or planned on the similar analogy that it has to have the compliances which are required under FAO requirements. It is disease-free in the compartment. All the animals which are kept in the compartment are disease-free. It is fenced, it is bounded, and it has separate entry-exit points. It has a quarantine place, and there is a laboratory established in order to determine the health status of the animal also. And all the animals, before bringing into the compartment, are kept for 45 days in a quarantine which is outside the compartment. And outside the compartment we have 5 kilometers buffer also, which is also monitored, and all the animal and cattle in that area are tagged, vaccinated and monitored. So exit, entry, movement of the animal, everything is now monitored by the department. After examining all these arrangements and the system in place and the quality and health status of the animal, the General Administration of China Customs visited few months back that farm and approved its status unofficially. Officially, will be receiving the recommendation or the approval from the China in a few days' time. But unofficially, what we have received is a good news that for the first time, one farm from Punjab has been approved for dairy products export to China. Similar arrangements can be made for export of the meat also. Unless we shift to the export of the meat, we cannot exploit full potential of the livestock sector, because dairy is, or the dairy animals which normally people keep, they keep it for their personal use, and the milk which is left after utilizing for personal life, that is sold in the market. But for beef purposes, they need to keep the proper beef breeds. So the department is also working on a 10-year transformation plan also, wherein we are transforming all the non-descript cattle into a kind of either beef breeds or to the dairy breeds. Simultaneously, we are having a plan of developing the full potential, exploiting the full potential of our local pure breeds also. Buffalo is no doubt the prime animal of Punjab and Pakistan. We should be proud of having this kind of animal in Punjab, because the milk production of the buffalo has prime value in other countries. China is in special likes for buffalo milk, and it gets prime value in the market. So we need to focus on, in terms of dairy products, on the buffalo also, And in that regard, we have made two plans. One is to identify the genetic potential of the livestock in Punjab. We're switching to a scientific-based analysis of our genetic potential. Genomic center is being established in Punjab for the first time so that we could identify the genetic potential of the breeds, local breeds, and how we could improve it. We'll be regularly monitoring under the environment and under different circumstances the local breeds are kept so that we could identify the potential proteins which are responsible for some kind of improvement in the breed. While through this mechanism, we'll be able to identify the important genes and the proteins responsible for improvement in the productivity. So this way we'll be propagating the improved genetic potential of the local pure breeds. Simultaneously, the nondescript cattle, which are mostly used for the dairy purposes, will be developing these nondescript cattle through artificial insemination, cross breeding purposes, and through this potential we'll be able to develop two different streams of breeds, one for the dairy and other for the beef purposes. So once these two segregated breeds are available, so we'll be able to have the full potential of meat export exploited by making this breed available. Currently, the beef breed which is available in Punjab can go up to 400 or 500 kgs of live weight. But in case we introduce like Brahman or other breeds, they have the potential of 1400 live weight kg live weight. So this way we can increase the production from 2 to 3 times of what we are getting nowadays. And this would lessen the burden on the feeding also, because similar feed is being taken in by the cattle which are non-descript, but their daily growth is very minimal. But once beef breeds are introduced, they'll be consuming the same feed, but their growth will be probably double what they are getting daily on daily basis from the non-descript cattle. So this way we'll be enhancing the vertical, we'll be going for the vertical production and keeping the same number of the cattle, but we'll be able to increase the productivity in terms of milk and in terms of beef. Simultaneously, we need to focus on FMD control and traceability of the animal. We are short of finances, and if we have to vaccinate all the cattle in Punjab just for one disease, that is FMD, we need to have 16 billion rupees annually invested in that sector. It's a huge amount, and you will be amazed to hear that so far what we have vaccination budget available with the department is approximately 1.5 billion annually. So in order to cover the entire herd of 54 million cattle and buffalo in Punjab, we need to have approximately 100 million doses of FMD vaccine every year. For that, we need to have 16 billion rupees budget. But since we are short of budget, we have made a separate strategy for that purpose also. We are now planning to go for risk-based vaccination against the FMD. We have planned for active surveillance of the virus in the field. We'll be examining the circulation of the virus through certain tests, and once it is determined through that performance of the test that virus is circulating in certain area, we'll be vaccinating 3 kilometers of area where virus is detected in order to prevent the other animals from that disease. And similarly, in case some animal is found positive with FMD, 3 kilometers area will be vaccinated. All the animals in the 3 kilometer area will be vaccinated so that a protection is developed amongst all the animals and cattle from FMD. So this strategy will be, for the time being, will be enough in order to combat this disease as our program to exploit the potential of the exports from Pakistan. Simultaneously, we are pressing hard to the government to allow us that the vaccination burden should be shifted to the farmers. Why government is investing for vaccination? It's approximately 200-300 rupees dose which can be administered to the animal, and the cost of just 2 liter milk is sufficient to meet this expenditure. So if farmers are convinced and they are asked to go for compulsory vaccination, this could be introduced in Punjab, and we can make this Punjab FMD free in a 5-10 years time. But it requires the policy approval from the government, and it requires acceptability of the farmers. Still, lot many policies are in place, but farmers' reluctance to adopt those policies hamper the performance of the department, and ultimately government has to face. So in order to be very sure that all the farmers are adopting this policy and bringing their animal under compulsory vaccination at the cost of the farmer, it requires certain time. But for the time being, the government's strategy is that wherever there is a disease, on the active surveillance basis or on the reported cases basis, we'll be vaccinating that area free of cost. Similarly, we are introducing a policy of encouraging the disease control compartments also. The compartment which was established in Punjab, which was approved by the China, can be replicated in other areas also, because this way we can erect the physical boundaries and we can control the movement of the animal, we can control the disease, we can monitor the performance, health status, and trace the animal also. So this way it is acceptable as far as international standards are concerned for export purposes. Once we encourage the farmers to go for the disease control compartments, they'll be able to find better markets for export purposes, and they'll be getting the better price of their meat and dairy products also. I would be quoting one example from Bahawalnagar also, where one of the farmers requested the department that he is exporting meat to Middle East, and he is getting $3.5 per kg for export of the meat. And if his animal are tagged and made traceable, he can get better value of his meat. And we immediately switched to that area, moved our team, and our team was able to tag all the animals, vaccinate them, and made them traceable through a system. And once the tagging and traceability was done, he was able to get $1 extra price per kg of his meat. So it's a great achievement on the part of that farmer, and I would request and urge all of you that once you are planning to export the meat or dairy products from Pakistan, you must think of in terms of adding the value to your export products by whatever means you feel. If requirements are different in other countries, you may approach the department, and the department is ready to provide support for making you compliant or adopting any kind of intervention in order to make you, in order to provide support you to export to those countries. Third, the next important point is the traceability of the animal. The tagging also provides you the platform where you can trace the animal right from its birth to its slaughtering point. Although at present that system is at a nascent stage, and we just have 60,000 or 70,000 animals registered in that system. But in parallel to that system, we have our own local system also, that is 9211, wherein we have approximately 30 million cattle registered. So it's a huge database available. The farmers, the exporters who wish to use that platform in order to make their animal or cattle traceable, they can utilize the services of the department. Department is ready to tag the animals, to register on the system, to vaccinate, and to provide other support which is important or which is required in order to export the meat or dairy products from Pakistan. Lastly, I would urge through this platform that disease control compartment is one of the best ideas in order to be compliant to international standards and requirements. Although it's a cost intensive, but what government can provide support in establishing those disease control compartments is that we can take the responsibility of tagging the animals, vaccinating the animals within the compartment and within the buffer, which could be 5 kilometer or 3 kilometer, whatever the exporting country's requirements are. Although in the case of first disease control compartment, it was required to have 3 kilometers buffer zone, we extended it to 5 kilometers in order to be very sure that all the animals which are in the buffer zone, even if it is 3 kilometer, there should be another buffer so that the animal should not be mixing with those on animal which are not traceable or of which we do not have the health status. So this is the preparedness or the level of commitment from the department, and there is a huge potential of livestock, but the major potential lies in the meat sector, and if we could exploit fully the meat side of the livestock by developing special breeds for the meat purposes, by establishing control compartments, by focusing on disease control, and by making the animals traceable, we can exploit the full potential of livestock. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary Saab. Very fruitful insight. As you rightly highlighted that without financial need, development is not possible. So we have with us Mr. Anisur Rahman Sahab, who is doing a great support to the farmers, not only through finances, but also through great linkages. So let us hear from Anis Sahab how HBL is helping farmers in kind, in various ways, without any markup. So let us hear from him. Very interesting.
Thank you very much, Ji. Very kind of you for the introduction, and I'd like to thank for us being made a part of this great initiative, and the top people from intellect and vintage perspective of the agri-industry are here. It's great to be here with all of you. HBL as a group has had a lot of focus on the agriculture industry in Pakistan. We have got a specialized silo within the bank working on this. We have got a microfinance bank independently working on this. And we have got a remarkable HBL Zarai Services initiative since last few months, which is going to support and develop agriculture in Pakistan at the grassroots level. So we, HBL Asset Management Asset Management Company, being a wholly owned subsidiary of the bank, we have also done our little bit on this front. We are an asset manager, and traditionally we have been deploying the capital raised from public into conventional financial instruments, which is either debt instruments or equity instruments. But last year we came up with this idea of directing public investment into real assets. When we talk about real assets, we mean the assets which are controlled directly by the fund itself, a mutual fund, and which are directly monitored by the asset manager. So last year we went to our regulator, Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, and we requested them that we want to raise 100 million rupees from the public and we want to deploy this in livestock fattening, farming in Pakistan. The regulator was very, very supportive and they studied our scheme, they studied our proposal, and they allowed us to go ahead with this. And then the interesting part began. We identified livestock farmers across Pakistan. We selected one of them to work with us. And what the fund did with this livestock farmer is that we provided funding for all the inputs of the 4 or 5 months of fattening process. Now, when a financial industry veteran says funding, the funding usually is associated with the interest payment while returning it and with some sort of collateral. But from a mutual fund perspective, our funding was without any interest and there were no collateral demanded from the livestock farmer. So we provided money for buying the cattle, for feeding the cattle, for vaccinating the cattle. The entire overheads of that farm during the fattening period were funded by our mutual fund. And the farmer was compensated from an expense perspective, and the farmer was also compensated from a rental of the farm perspective. So the bottom line for the farmer was still very, very lucrative. And of course, with the benchmark performance from a return perspective on this investment, the farmer was also compensated when the returns went above a certain watermark. We had about 100 million rupees to play with in the 10-month sandbox experiment. We were able to rotate 2 herds of about 700 animals over a period of 4 to 5 months. We had also put a lot of governance and a lot of checks and balances in this process. One thing that we did is we employed an insurance company to keep our underlying assets, which were the cattle, insured at all time. And the insurance was also done on a progressive basis, because month on month and week on week, the weight of the animal is increasing, so the value is increasing. Secondly, we also employed an outside third party for quality assurance of the entire process. What is the condition of the farm? What is the nutrition value of the feed that we are giving? What is the quality of the water? Are the equipment calibrated? Is the handling done in a way which is prescribed in the international standards? So all this was also monitored independently to ensure that the yield and the end results will be what we expect them to be. And we were lucky to find great partners in the shape of the insurer, in the shape of the quality assurer, and more than anything in the shape of the livestock farmer that we partnered with. It has been a great experience. We were able to demonstrate complete transparency and assurance from a regulatory perspective. The fund, of course, was also audited independently, and the regulator was completely satisfied. And now they have allowed us to scale this project up. So we are going from 1 farm and about 700 herd to 12 farms and a herd of about 12 to 13,000 animals. Now we are going to demonstrate the same model to our regulator with multiple partners. And once that is done, we are hoping that by that time, our regulator will also come up with a new set of regulations for alternative assets and for real assets in Pakistan. And then these things can come out of a sandbox, and they can come out in the open as an open-ended mutual fund, which will also allow us at that time to move from fattening sector to maybe dairy, to maybe cultivation, and all other possibilities within the agriculture industry. So this is a brief about our project.
Thank you, Anis Sahab. The great work doing for the farmers. So let's move. Mr. Jamil Memon could not join us. So let's move to the World Bank, who has always been helpful to our small farmers for their sustainability. So let us hear from Mr. Olivier, who is doing a great project for livestock in Sindh.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yeah. So thanks for inviting the World Bank to this interesting conference. I'm learning a lot and enjoying the exchange. I've been asked to give a brief presentation of the World Bank perspective on the livestock sector and what we are doing right now in Sindh. We are busy preparing a pretty large World Bank project to support the livestock sector in the Sindh province. So let me switch quickly. So why, let me first explain why the World Bank is interested in investing in livestock. Our mission is clearly to help reduce poverty, to fight poverty. And we strongly believe that there is a huge potential in the livestock sector to help smallholder farmers. Smallholder farmers are really the target of the World Bank. If we want to reduce poverty, we need to really help what we say, the bottom 40% of the population, so especially smallholder farmers. And when we look at the livestock sector, we see that it's very important in terms of the economy, and it was already flagged this morning, this afternoon. We know that it's important for the income of the farmers, of the small farms. It's also important for their resilience. It's a capital that they can use in case of problems. It's also very important in rural areas in terms of nutrition because of the source of protein. We have dairy, we have potentially the meat. And it's also important in the whole farming system in terms of using the energy of animals, but also using the manure to improve the soil health and produce more, increase productivity and improve the soil fertility. And finally, in Pakistan, there is an important part of the livestock sector for women in the family. Women may take care of the livestock, especially maybe the poultry farming. So that's why we really think that we need to invest in the livestock sector. But what is striking to us is that there is a huge potential, and again, it was flagged by several speakers. We know that there is a growing population, there is urbanization, so a growing demand for meat and dairy in urban areas. But there is also a demand, it was flagged earlier, Secretary Saab, you mentioned that, outside of the country, there is a potential for export. So clearly there is a potential to do something in the livestock sector. But when you look at the public investment right now in Sindh, I don't know for Punjab, but the public investment in the livestock sector, it's not more than 1%. So this is very striking. There's a huge paradox, you know. This sector is very important in the economy. There is a huge potential to use this sector to reduce poverty, but there is limited public investment. So quickly on this, I will go quickly on that one because it's a detail, because Pakistan is not a huge, obviously not a huge emitter of greenhouse gas in the world, but there is also the potential to use the livestock sector to fulfill Pakistan's commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emission. By improving, you know, the livestock husbandry, we can really improve the reduce the emission intensity of the livestock sector. It's a detail, but it may become more important, but keep that in mind. I mean, again, Pakistan is not a huge emitter, it's clear, but we still have to fulfill some commitments on the international area. So when we look at the livestock sector from the World Bank perspective, it was flagged already, but we see that the production is done mainly by smallholder farmers, so very low level of productivity, very fragmented production, little aggregation, small farmers, it was flagged by our colleagues from the private sector, and it was very important. They don't meet the market requirements, so we really need to do something. On the processing part, there is limited connection between our small farmers and big agro-processors. And I was really interested by the presentation by Nishat, you know, and see how we could work also together, because I don't think the two approaches are incompatible. I mean, Nishat may have a huge farm, but they may want to work also with smaller farmers and help us do some aggregation. That's something we could discuss and debate. So clearly, yeah, there is something to be done, organizing smaller farmers, organizing the value chain, connecting some farmers to markets, improving their professionalism, and also, let me switch to the next one, working on public services. So this is our project. There are two parts. There is a first part, which is to improve the whole, I would say, public sector, because at the World Bank, we fully agree what has been said so far. Please stop market interventions. We don't need state market interventions. But yes, we need some core public services in agriculture. We need vet services, we need disease control, as you mentioned, we need genetics, we need research, and we are fully committed to support public services to help the livestock sector to develop. So this is the first part of our project. We're also aiming at helping, you know, improving the policy framework, complying with international rules, facilitating, you know, marketing, trading, and export. So that's a whole part of the project. And the first component is $75 million just for sin. So clearly an ambition to improve public services. And the second part, which is around $50 to $60 million, will help the smallholder farmers, as I said earlier, get organized, strengthen their capacity, connect with agribusiness entrepreneurs. So we are very keen to see if we could work with HBL also in terms of complementing financing to equip those smallholder farmers, equipping small dairy producers with cooling tanks or things like that, and connecting with agro-processors like Nishat. That would be very interesting to see whether you are keen to take some of the milk produced by our small producers. So that's the idea, that's what we have in mind. The project will go to the board pretty soon, and we hope to start implementation around September. But please come with ideas, come with ideas to help connect the small farmers to the markets, to see how we can work together. We don't want to be implementing this project in isolation just with the Department of Livestock in SIN. We want to do that with the private sector, with agribusinesses, and with the commercial banks. Yeah. Let me stop here. I think I'm done. Yeah. Very short presentation, but happy to discuss and have a discussion on the different approaches. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olivier. So with this, we can conclude, and after that, there will be a short documentary by the Livestock Department. This is great that we all are aligned that way forward is for sustainability. Livestock without sustainability is at risk in future. So we have to focus on both livestock from both perspective, from meat and from dairy perspective. And we have to invest in regenerative agriculture for our farmers, for future sustainability. So with this, let's have a documentary by the Agriculture Department, by Livestock Department.
It's a documentary about the disease control compartment which was established last year in Sheikhupura. It's compliant to China's requirements for export of dairy products from Pakistan to China. So it's a short documentary. Once you see, you could have an idea how it was established and how it is made sustainable and what efforts were made, legal requirements and other requirements which were posed to the department by the China side. Thank you.
Much the honorable panelists and the organizers of the event. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, so next we are going to move to our next set of presenters. So you've heard about livestock insurance in the Nishat presentation. Well, our crops need insurance just as much. After all, Pakistan is one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world. And the historic floods of 2022 in Sindh are a real wake-up call to start protecting our farmers from the impact of climate change. For a session on how to do that, I would like to request Mr. Aminuddin, the CEO of TPL Insurance, to step to the stage. He will be, Excuse me. Hold on just a second. I'm sorry about that. I apologize. That is later on. What we're going to do now is we are going to call the Engro team to the stage to come and make their presentation. I do not have the particular names, and I really apologize for that, but if you could just join me on the stage and introduce yourselves, I would appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. I'll introduce myself. My name is Atif Mohammad Ali. I'm the VP Marketing for Engro Fertilizer. And I'll be more than happy to share the stage with Amin Saab as well. But we can carry this on later. Thank you all for being here. I know it's late during the day, and I'm glad to see some participants over here and some members. So thank you for that. First of all, thank you to PSE for organizing this event and having all of us under one roof. I think it's a great achievement and quite an important thing when it comes to agriculture in Pakistan. So I'll be talking about food securities and priorities for food securities, and as I represent a fertilizer company, I will bring in a fertilizer view, and I'll be talking about it from that angle. So just to give some context, I know most of you will know this, but just to kind of set the preamble, is a plant fundamentally needs three main kind of macronutrients: nitrogen, phosphorus, and potash. We as Engro Fertilizer are a nitrogen producing organization, so we use nitrogen and we convert it into urea. Urea is right now probably the most fundamental macronutrient for the plant. It is one of the most important discoveries that has happened in the current age that allows food security for mankind. Without this particular ingredient, we will have difficulty in meeting the food need with the growing world population as we have as of today. One of the main ingredient when it comes to a raw material, when it comes to nitrogen or urea, is gas. And Pakistan, alhamdulillah, has its own gas and has been producing its own urea for quite some time. The current production of the market is around 6.3 million tons. That's what we produce as an industry. Demand keeps on varying between 6.5 to 6.7 million tons because of the growing population, high investment in cultivation, growing cultivated land. And this deficit of what we have current in supply and demand is filled up through imports. So Pakistan, as of right now, is already importing urea to fill its gap, which historically it was self-sufficient. So with gas as a major input, we keep on hearing about gas. So I wanted to give a snapshot that what is happening to the gas in the country. So Pakistan, if I go back slightly 15 years ago, was a fairly self-reliant, balanced gas market. What we were producing in terms of gas, we were consuming, so things were fairly fine. Back 10 years ago, our demand started to offshoot and supply started to decline. And hence we started to import gas also to meet our gas needs, which is RLNG. Today, Pakistan is also an importer of gas. In the morning we talked about, and we heard the FAO also talk about us importing food. So it's not only food, we also now importing urea, and we also are importing gas, hence posing a significant threat to our food security. The question that comes in is what will happen to the gas, let's say from the next 10 years from now. So right now the demand is approximately around 4,000 MMCFD of gas This is what 3,500 to 4,000 is what the demand is. This is what currently the supply is as well. Supply, sorry, is slightly less because that's what we import RNG for. If I take this forward 10 years, and if I assume the demand is same, the supply will get halved. Our reserves are falling, so our proven reserves have started to come down significantly. 2030 beyond, we're looking at half the reserves. It means that what is being supplied today will cut down by half. 17% of the gas that we use today goes into the fertilizer sector. The bulk goes into residential sector, which we use to, for cooking. Some goes to power and transportation in other sectors. So the question then starts to come in that what will happen to this 17% of gas that gets feeded into the fertilizer sector? With half the gas, what will happen to our food security, considering that currently we are already standing as a net importer of urea? And we've been hearing since morning the potential for agricultural growth, the potential for agriculture export, and none of them can be negated because Pakistan, alhamdulillah, has that potential. But then how do we manage the input cost? That is the most ingredient input, the most important raw material when it comes to nourishing the plant and feeding the plant and giving the growth that it needs. So we actually need to, what we sometimes call, declare a gas emergency for this country. But in order to do so, like any other sector, the first thing that we need to do is fix the pricing and the way how we price the gas. We heard Ashfaq Tawana Sahab very rightly said that the days of subsidy are gone. Right now, we see the government moving towards removing the subsidies for gas when it comes to fertilizer plant, but that is just half of the job done. Half of the plants are still getting subsidized gas. We need to get away with subsidies of gas in terms of fertilizer. We need to have a uniform gas price. It's a commodity. When you do deal in commodity in the market, you're not supposed to differentiate commodity when it comes to input prices. If you can have the same input price, then we have stability in the market. We have a similar price of the product that we want to sell to the end consumer. What this will bring in, it will bring in efficiencies. It will bring in investment. When you have a level playing field, you have one input price for everyone and not for different players, then that automatically opens up the industry. You have an industry where demand is there. We have capability. We are already producing 6.3 million tons, so we have the engineering capacity, the capability. Once a level playing field is given and you have uniform gas pricing, same input price for everyone, automatically investment will get attracted and when demand will start to get met. The other part that comes in is prioritizing the gas molecule. We as a nation needs to decide that what do we want to do with the gas molecule? Do we want to burn the gas molecule through a matchstick, or do we want to process it through a complex mechanism and create a fertilizer around it? When it comes to food security, and we're talking about agriculture, which is the most important item when it gets linked to food security, and urea and or other fertilizer becomes the more important input, we have to prioritize the gas molecule. We need to make a conscious decision that our gas molecule will go to the sector first. Because for all other purposes, technology is advancing. You have renewable energies, which is advancing electrification. Vehicles are moving towards electrifications. Motorcycles are moving to electrification. Gas stoves can move to electrification. Your heating mechanism can be moved to electrification. But right now, the technology is not mature enough to take fertilizer away from gas. That is what is the reality. And hence, prioritization of molecule is absolutely critical and important. While we're talking about input and fixing the gas pricing and the gas molecule, the other big question that comes in is, what do we do with the single prill of urea? Engro, over the past 20 years, has been the most forefront when it comes to innovation. We have been constantly trying to create a market where we say, putting straight fertilizer in a soil is just not enough. It's bad for the climate, 50% gets used by the plant, 50% gets wasted. So basically your efficiency is half. How do you make the urea more efficient? And there are technologies around the world now available which Engro has developed indigenously with our partners, and we have been deploying it and selling it in the market. So for example, our Zabardast urea, zinc-coated urea, gives 10% incremental yield to the farmer. That's a promise that we have been giving to the farmer, and we have demonstrated and seen it time to time in the market, and hence we have a 70% retention rate. We have products like Zarkhes, which are again coated products, specifically blended, that also give slow release and makes the urea more efficient. But this needs to be done at a more bigger scale. We need to invest in the product, we need to invest in innovation. And for that to happen, probably one of the most critical thing that is needed is to have the regulatory market supporting us. Long process approving of standards, years and years of files moving around, that just discourages people to innovate and come up with new product. We need to start looking into the fertilizer market in a more agile way so that we can bring in products faster, newer products, innovative and innovative solutions that could make things more efficient, and hence will automatically add to the food security of the country. Lastly, and I'm conscious of the time, but what I want to talk about is AgTech. And I've met a few agri-tech companies here in this conference. The way AgTech is increasing, I think it creates and provides a wonderful opportunity for a large populous country like Pakistan to deploy best and modern farming practices. And I think we should double down on the way how traditional companies like ours can help is we can join hands with AgTech companies and give them the field force, the range, the breadth, the expertise we have, and combine with the technology they have to promote better farming practices at a mass level. The more we promote better farming practices, things like regenerative soils, things like the 4 Rs will automatically start to get implemented and will make the farms more and more efficient. So what I want to leave you with are that from a fertilizer angle or for a fertilizer company, 3 things which we think are the most important: deciding where the molecule will go to and fixing the gas pricing, making our products more and more efficient, and lastly, let's double on our technology to create value. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now we can move on to our panel regarding our livestock insurance. So I was saying earlier that we heard about livestock insurance in the Nishat presentation, and our crops need insurance just as much. We all know that Pakistan is one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world, and the historic floods of 2022 in Sindh were a real wake-up call to start protecting our farmers from the impacts of climate change. For a session on how to do that, I would like to now request Mr. Aminuddin, the CEO of TPL Insurance, to step on the stage. He will be the moderator of this session, and he will be joined by Ms. Elise Lee, Commercial Manager for Global InsurTech firm Pula Advisors, Mr. Nazir Minhaj, who heads rural banking at HBL, Mr. Asif Ali, who is a progressive farmer from Pakpatan, and last but not least, Mr. Rafiq Burero, Secretary Agriculture Sindh, who is joining us by video.
yeah, when you're the last session of the day, things just go all over, pear-shaped. And obviously, to keep the interest going, this is going to be a challenge. Nazir and Elise, this is going to be a show that you have to keep on the road. But I think we've got one participant who was supposed to come, a farmer who would come and give us some real-life perspective of how climate change has affected the life and how insurance and other tools that we've used. I'm hoping that that individual is coming. I hope that's the individual, but if not, we'll kick off. So let's, rather than have monologues, Aage? Good, excellent. I just want to call, welcome. Assalamu alaikum ji. Kya haal hai ji bhaijan? Fine, please बैठिए. Okay, so we have a defined time period, and we'll try and keep this session interactive rather than listen to people and get more people to fall asleep. Basically, just to frame the conversation, Elise, if I may start with you. And I think there's a lot of conversations we're having around climate change and how climate change is affecting. We will talk in context of agriculture. And in agriculture, we use a tool which is insurance to kind of help protect some of the financial outcomes of what God plans and man tries to avoid, which is nature. So insurance is nothing but a financial mitigation process. There are various ways that that manifests itself. We've got HBL here and Nazir as the head of rural banking telling us about how they provide financial support and financial access to finance for the farming community. Elise here is our tech. She brings in the tech knowledge. So Elise, if I may come to you first, and if you could just frame the conversation for us, talk about climate change and how farmers in particular can be protected, and how can Pula and your work help do that. So I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Amin Saab, and good afternoon to all of our friends here. And thank you especially to Pakistan Agriculture Coalition for the invitation today. So Pula Advisors is a Swiss-based insurtech company, as Amin Saab has mentioned, that is focusing on providing insurance to the farming sector by both providing the insurance for the farmers themselves, as well as the institutions that are serving them, such as financial institutions like banks and credit facilities, as well as the government themselves through meso level as well as macro level policies. And so Pula is working in 20 different markets now, and with our collaboration with the partners here, along with Bank of Punjab, we have also been working in Pakistan for the last 3 years. Sure. So, well,
it follows this? Okay, brilliant. So, Nazir, if I may come to you. I mean, we've had a lot of conversation around criticality of agriculture to the economic system, how important it is for Pakistan. We've had Amir come in and talk about the ecosystem that HBL is doing. I think you are where all this happens. As the head of rural banking, if you can give us your view in terms of how climate change is factored into your lending initiatives to the rural community and farming community, agriculture as a whole.
So let me take you back, and I would like to really state that I wish I could paint a rosy picture, but that's not the case in terms of how we are positioned towards protecting our farmers for climate change. So if I go back to 2022, and I took over this role end of 2022 as well. 2022 is when the floods hit. About Manunka apna personal portfolio jo tha bank ka was about a 5 billion rupee portfolio that was impacted, 5,000 odd farmers. These farmers lost complete yields, zero. I mean, their water was, their lands were under flooded water for 3 months, 3.5 months in Sakhar, maybe more in some other places. And they lost not only one crop, but they lost the next crop cycle as well. Prior to that, if you speak to a farmer, and I've got a progressive farmer sitting right next to me as well, unke ek do khadshe hote hain. One khadsha is that do they invest? And if they invest, with that investment be protected? the answer to that is no, because it's in some ways it's in agronomy's hands, in God's will in terms of how the climate will react in that particular year and how the yields are going to be as well. Then they look at different financing options, they look at informal, they look at the formal one. In the formal one also, they believe then that if they take the formal channel, their investment or the loan that they've taken would be insured, which it is. And the expectation of their insurance and versus what reality is, there's a huge gap between that. So when the 2022 floods hit, and we had a large-scale calamity where everything was lost, so where these farmers expected that their loan insurance would cover their full layout or outlay for the loan that was outstanding, they only got back 10%, only 10%. And the first challenge that I had in my role was trying to explain to my teams to how to take that back to the farmer and explain to him that yes, while he had been paying for insurance for the last 8, 9, 10 years, when he really needed that insurance, it did not kick through. So while we insure vehicles where I can have an accident on my own accord because of my own mistake and I get the full payout for that insurance, for crop where I don't make a mistake and if there is a calamity, I only get 10% or 12% of that insurance, it was a double whammy for him, right? So that's one element to it. As we look at forums like this, I think there is the ability to start driving policy change, start looking at how we can graduate the current crop loan insurance scheme that we have into something that is more sustainable. And in that, there are obviously bigger, larger options that are available. India, the US, China, each one of those countries does a very robust crop loan insurance scheme, and it works. Did it work for us in Pakistan? It has worked over the past few years, but when a large-scale calamity hits, it doesn't get in there. Now that we have agriculture as perhaps center stage for economic growth, when we talk about food security, there is a time to start graduating those insurance schemes as well as then increasing the risk appetite for banks. And that's something what, while we had the keynote speech in the morning by Amir, he touched upon it as well. What will it take for banks to lend more? What it will take for banks to lend more is a robust insurance scheme, because then it protects their portfolio, it protects their risk and increases their appetite as well. Iske andar, let me just touch upon, we've had one pilot that we did for wheat, established the proof of concept. And that protects not only the bank's interest, it also protects the farmer's profitability as well. So any time that the yield would decrease below a threshold, insurance would kick in. It happened, we had a payout in Sheikhupura, Bank of Punjab was also partnering with the same insurance scheme. It's taken us 2 years now to start replicating that for the rice season in Sindh. So that proof of concept is there, and I think Elise is going to help us run through that. But I think what is then needed, we all know climate change is a reality. All right, how do we adapt to it is the answer that we're going to find here and in conversations like this, right? So I hope that kind of helps synthesize stuff.
Thank you, Nazir, it does. तो सर अगर मैं आपको थोड़ी तकलीफ दूँ और आपसे ये पूछूं कि आपका तजुर्बा इंश्योरेंस के तहत क्या रहा? एक पुरानी स्कीम थी जो बहुत देर से चलती हुई आ रही थी, जिसको कैलेमिटी बेस्ड स्कीम कहते हैं, और फिर हमने आपके साथ एक व्हील बेस्ड स्कीम पे भी काम किया. तो अगर आप अपना तजुर्बे के तहत अपना तजुर्बा शेयर करें ऑडियंस के साथ और आप अपना पर्सपेक्टिव बताएं इस पे.
बहुत शुक्रिया. मेरा नाम मोहम्मद हुसैन आसफ है और मेरा तल्लक डिस्ट्रिक्ट पाकपतन से है.
ये ले लें आप.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. मोहम्मद हुसैन आसिफ फ्राम डिस्ट्रिक्ट पाकपतन. मैं एक ज़मींदार हूँ और अपनी ज़मीन पे चावल गंदम काश्त करता हूँ. खाद, बीज, पेस्टिसाइड के अखराजात पूरे करने के लिए मैंने बैंक ऑफ पंजाब से लोन लिया. बैंक ऑफ पंजाब ने एक मुनफरद किस्म की इंश्योरेंस यील्ड इंडेक्स इंश्योरेंस के नाम से कोई स्कीम मुतारफ़ करवाई, जिससे मुझे आसमानी आफात, कुदरती आफात या पैदावारी यील्ड कम होने में बेनिफिट मिलना था. बदकिस्मती से 2023 में सैलाब की वजह से मेरी सारी फसल तबाह हो गई, जिस पर बैंक ऑफ पंजाब ने TPL इंश्योरेंस कंपनी से मुझे 3,63,000 रुपये लेकर दिया, जो कि मेरे लिए भी वो रेडी डेज थे और मैं मार्कअप भी अदा नहीं कर पा रहा था, जिसमें मेरी काफ़ी हेल्प हुई।
बहुत शुक्रिया। तो आई थिंक द पर्पस ऑफ बेसिकली आज हमारा यहाँ being here is to sort of look at, as Nazir was saying, and Elise has some data for us in a slide which I will allow her to sort of get ready for, is to understand how the evolution of things has happened. Financial mitigation for climate change. Climate is a reality. We've seen extraordinary events happening like the one that we recently saw and watched on TV in Dubai. Now that hadn't happened for 75 years and they hadn't catered to it. So देखें, climate change is a reality, we all know about it. उसके जो असरात आएंगे उससे आप उसको climate change को रोक तो नहीं सकते, but उसके financial mitigation हो सकती है। उसके लिए कुछ tools हैं जो दुनिया ने adopt कर लिए हैं, हम थोड़े पीछे रह गए हैं। And this is about time that with institutions like Bank of Punjab and with HPL, we are showing the path to the world, to the local community कि यार ये रास्ते भी हैं, ये products भी हैं, इनको सोचें, इनको adopt करें. So Elise, can I now get you to talk about the presentation? Yeah. So it needs to be switched on. I don't know where the Elise's presentation. If you have that ready, please. Do they have it? Or they don't have it? So जब तक वो करते हैं, I have DG Research Sindh, Baloch Saab on Zoom, who's kind of stepping in for Rafiq Burio Saab, who's the Secretary Agriculture Sindh. तो सर जब तक ये प्रेजेंटेशन लगाते हैं, अगर आप अपने कुछ थोड़ी थॉट शेयर कर सकें क्लाइमेट चेंज पे, फार्मर्स के बारे में, और अगर इंश्योरेंस की इफादियत के बारे में अगर आप इफ यूड लाइक टू शेयर अ फ्यू थॉट्स, इफ यू कैन हियर अस.
जी, नूर मोहम्मद बलोच फ्रॉम सिंध सर. हेलो
जी जी, आवाज़ आ रही है आपकी.
नूर मोहम्मद बलोच फ्रॉम सिंध सर.
जी सर.
I welcome and appreciate discussion on fertilizer and climate change. Timely application of fertilizer is important to increase crop production. If crop production increased, we get the target of food security. But unfortunately, the rates of fertilizers are very high in the market. In the market, the fertilizer gets so many issues to reach at the grassroots level. But due to shortage of fertilizer, we can't get high yield our target of production.
I think we have a bit of a technical glitch now. So I think what should we do now? Yeah. So I think we've lost him, and he's talking about fertilizer, which is more Atif's game rather than mine. But anyway, so I think what we'll do is, I think Elise, you'll have to wing it now. You'll have to talk about the whole.
Yeah.
He's back.
But sometimes so many disasters come in on different crops in Rabi or in Kharif, or you can say the major crops or minor crops. So insurance policy is very good policy, may be launched in Punjab, Sindh and other provinces. But मेरा कहने का मकसद ये है कि अगर हम इन चीज़ों को इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे तो इस वक्त हमारे पास जितने भी डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट्स हैं या फर्टिलाइजर के इशू हैं या मार्केटिंग के इशू हैं, आप देखें इस साल जो रिसेंटली रबी की क्रॉप उतरी हुई है, हमारी तकरीबन सिंध के अंदर व्हीट हार्वेस्ट हो चुकी है, लेकिन उसके भी सो मैनी इश्यूज हैं, परचेजिंग के इशू हैं, बारदाने के इशू हैं, स्टोरेज के इशू हैं, मार्केटिंग के इशू हैं. तो ऐसा मैकेनिज्म होना चाहिए। अगर गिरोवर को उस चीज से लॉस होता है, तो अगर वो इंश्योरेंस होगा, तो जो उसकी कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन पर एकड़ क्रॉप के ऊपर खर्चा होगा, जो लॉस होगा, तो उसका कुछ ना कुछ सपोर्ट होगी। इसलिए मेरी ये गुजारिश है, ये बहुत अच्छी बात है, क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस होना चाहिए। उसके साथ जितने भी और मसाइल हैं मार्केटिंग के, उसमें भी ये आप लोगों को रिक्वेस्ट है कि इस पे भी कुछ नज़रसानी की जाए, ताकि गिरोवर इन नुकसानात से बच सके। थैंक यू। ओवर।
Thank you, Baloch Saab. बहुत शुक्रिया. So, Elise, in the absence of a presentation, you have to work without it. Just walk the audience through how the whole concept works. How do you use technology and imaging and satellite and data? And then what we'll do is we'll open this up for questions, right? There you are.
Yes, thank you, Amin. So when we are looking to improve on the bank's abilities to lend further to the farmers with a more scientific insurance offering, we have created, yes, here we go. So if we can go to the next.
Next slide.
Yes, yes. And so this is one of the, actually, yes. So this is one of the pictures from the engagements that we are already doing in Punjab, where we have one of our staff who is doing the yield measurements on the farms that are actually being insured, together with one of our insured farmers. And so by using a combination of farm level data as well as satellite data, we are able to leverage on the technologies that we are using to be able to design the area yield index insurance, for which our company Pula Advisors is the global leader in designing and executing worldwide. Okay. So, as Nazar Saab has mentioned, I guess the starting point of our journey in Pakistan was because of the crop loan insurance scheme has already a enabling factor with a mandatory insurance for the 5 major crops. But as we can see, amongst the 8.26 million farms in Pakistan, there are only 1.46 million borrowers. So there is an enormous credit gap, as only 18% of all Pakistani farmers have access to the credit. And what is giving, where the deficiency in the confidence, one of the critical elements in unlocking agricultural lending, is because of the variability of the yields of the productivity of the 5 major crops, because of things that are outside the control of the farmer, i.e. The climate events that are happening, as well as the increased intensity as well as frequency of biological events, such as pests that are affecting the yields, as well as plant diseases like bacterial infections and viral infections, what have you. So this is just a segment from our
लाहौर में एरिया यील्ड इंडेक्स इंश्योरेंस की जानिब से फसल बीमा की मंजूर शुदा क्लेम्स की रकूम की तकसीम के लिए तकरीब का इनेकाद किया गया। तकरीब से खिताब में द बैंक ऑफ पंजाब के सदर जफर मसूद ने पाकिस्तान में एरिया यील्ड इंडेक्स इंश्योरेंस की अहमियत पर जोर देते हुए कहा, बैंक किसानों के खुशहाल मुस्तकबिल और उन्हें बाइख्तियार बनाने के लिए इकदाम करता रहेगा। बैंक बीमा की रकूम की अदायगी में फाल किरदार अदा कर रहा है। स्विट्जरलैंड की कंपनी के सीईओ थॉमस नजीर ने कहा, एरिया यील्ड इंडेक्स के जरिए कम पैदावार से बचा जा सकता है। इंश्योरेंस कुदरती आफात और हयाताती खतरा से तहफ़्फ़ुज़ फराहम करती है, जबकि TPL इंश्योरेंस के सीईओ अमीनुद्दीन ने किसानों के लिए फौरी बीमा की अदायगी करने में एरिया यील्ड की अहमियत को उजागर किया।
So In the 3 years that we have now been in Pakistan together in cooperation with TPL Insurance and the two banks, we have already seen 3 seasons of payout in areas with crops where there was actually no government declaration of calamity. And yet, because of various climate events, such as floods, as well as pests that were affecting the excessive heat in the first season, floods in the second season, and then in the same season, pest and disease for the cotton crop, we were able to support the execution of very significant payouts that were commensurate to the yield losses that were suffered by the farmers that were insured. And so in terms of how it is we are doing what it is we're doing, as we mentioned, we are using a combination of weather-based data as well as historical yields for the crops that are going under cover to design a product that will trigger when the yields fall, regardless of whether it is a weather event or a biological event. And we are using a combination of both field level data as well as remote sensing data in order to determine what are the yield losses for that location and that group of farmers. And so we have been doing this for just the two banks right now, but we are in very deep conversations with a number of government programs currently as well, and we're very much looking forward to working with more private sector partners as well. And Pula as a company, we are already working with in about 20 different markets. We are working with all of the major stakeholders and support agencies that are in the climate insurance space. In terms of the reinsurers globally as well as regionally, and then the local insurance companies who are progressive enough to go into technology-based solutions. So I think we can...
Yeah, that's it. So this was just an overview. I think our conversations are pretty much done. If anybody has any questions, we can take it collectively. The panel is available. If you don't want to talk about it in this public environment. Gee, there's a gentleman there. Can you get somebody to give him a... यहाँ भी एक फालतू है हमारे पास वैसे.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Hamad from Siddiqui's Olive Oil. So you talked about Kharif crops, the cash crops, the cyclical crops. So are there any facilities available for the orchards, for the fruits, for like oranges, mangoes, olives in our case?
Well, again, anything that you launch has to be a scalable thing. In Pakistan, the idea of getting sponsorship from Pula or having HPL and BOP is to prove a concept. If we learn from what Pula has done in African countries, they've been doing this for many, many, many years, and they have developed capabilities of creating aggregate pools because it's not possible to insure one farmer. You have to have a certain critical mass. What we have done is to show that this product exists. It's a far better product than coverage's perspective of the current scheme that was launched in 2008. But we still don't have scale. And we have seen examples in the world where fruits are covered, orchards are covered, olives are covered. We've seen other fruits like bananas are also covered. But in Pakistan, I think we just have to start with where there is scale. The 5 major crops is what is very, very integral to this current system. That's what's grown. That's what the ecosystem operates on. The answer to your solution is globally there is a solution available. In Pakistan, it's in process. I think we just have to get the scale before we can bring in for the what is called the non-major crops.
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Even currently, जो national crop loan insurance scheme है, that only covers the main crops. It doesn't cover the secondary crops. It doesn't cover fruits and vegetables. But that journey has now kicked off, right? So like Amin mentioned, के 2009, 2008 के अंदर पहली crop loan insurance scheme आई थी. And over the last 12, 13 years, उसकी learnings है, उसकी basis के ऊपर now we need to now start graduating to the next level of insurance.
He totally understood. The thing is that we have to encourage export, and that one of the reasons that we've gotten all together to is to find a way to get more dollars into the country and export. So these crops, obviously, most of these crops are consumed internally in Pakistan. So if you want to, we have to have a whole ecosystem around export. So one of the things that we need to, I think, focus on is orchards, because orchards give a lot more per acre income than these crops do, even the whole year. The orchards, if they're developed properly and they meet the export standards, so you get more per acre income like that. So I think one of the policies there should be that that should be able to, even if some farmer wants to grow on large scale, like 500 acres, 1,000 acres, and they want to insure their crop, I think the facility should be there, because they're making good margins, and they can give that sum of margins to you guys to facilitate them.
I mean, I'm glad that you opened it up to the audience, because it gives you then insights on what's really happening out there. We've kind of been blindsided by looking at the major crops only. There's enough market out there for the insurance companies to start working at niche products as well.
So in other markets, actually, currently Pula is insuring about 22 crops. And we are doing product development every year for additional crops as well. And as we mentioned, because our solutions are mostly for the institutions that are supporting small farmers, because small farmers by themselves, I mean, there is no way that they can individually procure the insurance. And also, the economies of scale just don't exist. And so the people who need the insurance the most, there is no available solution. So therefore, we do have to aggregate them. And so we are working in a number of African countries on crops such as garlic and onions. Also in Bangladesh, we are working with potato farmers as well. And there are some product development going on in coffee and teas as well. And so there are additional opportunities, but as Amin Saab has mentioned, the name of the game is scale, because in order to have a technology-based approach, you do need to have a significant amount of a land area that is being covered, as well as sufficient sum insured for the insurance sector to actually want to participate in that risk market.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for your time.
So I think last chance, anybody, any questions, any thoughts, any ideas you want to share? There's a gentleman here in the front, Bayan, Samne.
Thank you very much. This model was relatively new for me, that you can get your crop insured on the basis of yields.
Yes.
So it's sort of eye-opening for me as well. Just a small question for clarification, that for example, you are saying that 5 major crops are being insured, and it is based on the yield basis. So what yields are taken as a benchmark to get the insurance, to apply for the insurance?
Thank you. Thank you so much for that question. So in all of the markets where we are operating, at the beginning of the engagement, we will use whatever historical yields are available in that market. So in Pakistan, the historical average yields are coming from the government data of the crop reporting services. In areas where there are private sector yield data or with research centers, then we will also use that data. And since we are working in multiple countries, we also look at the agroecological zone and crop of the areas where we are going. And then we look at also the farming practices, and we look for comparables in the neighboring areas. So that's at the product design stage. Once we start an engagement in country, then we will use our own data that is collected from the farmers that are insured in that country, in that engagement, as the source data for continuously upgrading and updating the benchmark data yields for that crop in that location. And so year on year, we are updating the benchmark yields as well.
Thank you.
So I think that's kind of wraps up our session. We are available in the crowd later if anybody wants to have a bilateral conversation. But with that, I think we'll wrap up our session. Thank you very much for listening to us so patiently. Thank you. And to all the participants, including Baloch Saab, thank you so much for being available. And we'll just have to say thank you.
Thank you, everybody. That was really an engaging session. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, we've had a long day, and I would like to thank all of you for listening to each and every session, being patient, and enjoying your time here. At this point, I would like to close the day with Pakistan Agriculture Coalition co-founder and strategy advisor, Mr. Kazim Saeed, summing up the day's messages for us, and also has a special announcement. So Kazim, could you please join us on stage?
Thank you, Zara. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. We've had a fantastic day. I'm not going to take too much of your time. I just want to remind everyone how we've heard new arguments today for people investing in agriculture. It used to be, Garib Kisan hai, the farmer is poor, people need to eat, why don't we just do it for food security? Today you heard serious business people talk about how certainly the way the rupee is, it's very difficult to continue doing business the way it was by importing and just moving along that way. Number two, you heard that doing industry investments is now more challenging, and so maybe they're considering something even more challenging like agriculture. So ये जो नया ज़ाविया आपके सामने आया है कि industry की तरफ से ये बात सामने आ रही है कि they have gone ahead and invested in agriculture. They want to know more about agriculture, not because of the traditional reasons, but because it's either a business need or because they feel इंडस्ट्री में उस तरह से अपॉर्चुनिटी मुश्किल हो गया काम करना और एग्रीकल्चर में थोड़ी शायद आसानी हो जाए. So I think this is the main message I wanted to highlight. You've heard the speeches today. And I would like to just also highlight something very important that's going to happen in just the next few minutes, and we close after that, which is the launch of a new platform called the Pakistan Alliance for Regenerative Agriculture, which is going to be placed before you. A handful of companies have come together with the leadership of Mr. Taimur Malik, who is one of probably the foremost farmer and expert on regenerative agriculture that we have. And he has put together a consortium of companies that have been convinced to join this alliance. And first of all, I'd like to invite Mr. Taimur Malik to come onto the stage. And he's going to read out a brief sort of intro about this entity. I'd like to also request a global expert who has graced this occasion, Mr. Sam Knowlton, to come onto the stage. From Thal Industries, Mr. Yasir Ali and Mr. Atif Khan, please, if you could show your support by coming onto the stage, please. And from Concave Agri, which is a Laxon company, Mr. Ali Iqbal and Mr. Fuad Khan, if you could grace the stage, please. From Azim's Group, Umar Vakil and Uzair Vakil. And from Soil Symbiotics, I mentioned already, Sam Knowlton. They are not all going to speak. I'm going to request, agar aap sab tashrif le aiye, so it's a show of support for this idea. that there should be an alliance for regenerative agriculture, and Taimur is going to, please tashrif rakhiye. Aajaye janab. Please go ahead. Taimur, would you like to come and just introduce, and then we'll let you go. Thank you. Please. And Rabia, if you could just help with the handout as well, which we can distribute. Yeah, I think it's being distributed.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Kazim Saab. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I'll just very quickly read out the call to action for the Pakistan Alliance for Regenerative Agriculture, or PARA. The Pakistan Alliance for Regenerative Agriculture aims to become the leading independent coordination and advocacy organization for regen ag across Pakistan. We believe that regenerative agriculture holds the key to addressing some of the most pressing challenges facing our nation by bringing together institutional members from the agri-food and fiber industries, as well as individual members including farmers, students, citizen scientists and activists. We envision a collaborative effort towards sustainable and regenerative practices. Pakistan is confronted with a bevy of interconnected crises, from food security to climate change. However, we firmly believe that Regen Ag offers a pathway towards comprehensive solutions. Through regenerative practices, we can enhance food and nutritional security, mitigate the impacts of climate disasters, reduce agricultural water usage significantly, reverse desertification, and contribute towards enhancing biodiversity. Our mission under the PARA is centered on fostering pioneering farming systems that convert farmers into stewards of the land across all of Pakistan's diverse landscapes by promoting ecologically, economically, and socially sound regeneration, starting with the health of our soils and landscapes. The PARA aims to drive transformative change in the agri-food systems. Now, as we embark on this journey, our goals in the first year include building the alliance from the ground up by onboarding Pakistan's most ambitious and principled agri-food and fiber industries and interested farmers as well. And of course, today we have some of the pioneering industries and institutions with us as founding members, and that includes Concave Agri, it includes the Azim's Group and Thal Industries, and we're in conversation with some others who have expressed a very strong desire to join, and stay tuned, soon they'll be joining us as well. We also hope to establish the PARA Secretariat team and obtain a non-profit status. We want to be developing position papers and white papers to outline the strategies for enhancing regenerative transformation across Pakistani farmland. And we hope to establish a center for regenerative agriculture on at least 1 to 2 working farms. We want to conduct trials to validate various regenerative practices for different crop types and soil types across Pakistan. We would like to create a dedicated wing within the Pakistan Alliance for Regenerative Agriculture to accelerate terraforming Pakistani lands with trees and shrubs, because we believe that trees and shrubs are essential to transforming Pakistan, and there is enormous opportunity to transform this country with trees and shrubs. We also hope to initiate collaborations with Pakistani and international stakeholders to enable farmers to earn carbon and biodiversity credits. And we hope to create a movement that also works with the government to make it easier for farmers across this country to transition towards Regen Ag, so that that becomes the mainstream. We believe that your involvement and support are, of course, crucial in realizing these very ambitious goals and driving positive change in Pakistan's agri-food system. Your commitment will be invaluable in shaping the future of Pakistan's agriculture, and we invite you with open arms to join us in this transformative journey towards regenerative agriculture in Pakistan. Together, we can make really transformational differences for our farmers, our communities, and our entire planet. And for any further information in this paper that is probably in your hands, there's a number and a contact information for Yasser Ali, who's I think sitting somewhere in the back, and you can contact him via email or with his number. And very quickly, I'd like to invite Sam Norton, who's here from the United States and will be on a panel on Regen Ag with me tomorrow. And so please do attend that panel at 3 p.m. tomorrow. But I'd like to invite Sam for just 30 seconds or a minute, just to speak about the importance of Regen Ag and why he believes this is the right time for us to launch this organization. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's an honor and pleasure to be here with you all. And just want to speak briefly about the ability of regenerative agriculture and what it can do in a situation what was just described here. Through regenerative agriculture, we can rebuild soils, we can repair water cycles, increase biodiversity, and still grow crops that are high yielding, high quality, nutrient dense, while improving farmer livelihoods. And there's mounting scientific evidence of this. There's farmers all across the world, large and small, who are practicing regenerative agriculture. So I'm happy to be here and happy to be part of this important announcement, and look forward to sharing some more details tomorrow on the panel, and hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. And that brings us to the end of day one. PAC would like to thank all of you for being here, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Good evening and Allah Hafiz.